Chapter 188 Asura God, there must be a problem with Douluo continent. God realm. After returning to its temple in low spirits, Asura God forced itself to cheer up. Losing to the god of destruction was due to its own insufficient strength, and it could blame no one else. However, the favoritism shown by the god of evil and the goddess of kindness toward the god of destruction still left Asura God deeply puzzled. Even the god of destruction's wife, the goddess of life, was not that partial toward the god of destruction. On what grounds did evil and kindness act this way? After being baptized once in the Thunder Pool waterfall, more than half of Asura God's divine force was worn away, and its divine body suffered heavy injuries. Moreover, the divine force that it had lost was not the kind that could be quickly recovered through cultivation after consumption. Instead, it felt as though it had only possessed that much divine force to begin with, and the time required to restore it to its former state would probably have to be calculated in millennia. Asura God naturally hated the god of destruction, and it also hated the goddess of kindness and the god of evil for standing on the side of the god of destruction. But to speak of what it hated most, it was still Tang San, upon whom it had once placed high hopes. While figuring out a way to recover its divine force and divine body, Asura God cast an eager gaze toward Tang San. Then, it saw the scene where several old, weak, sick, and disabled members of the Tang clan, along with 200,000-year spirit beasts, were besieged by Spirit Hall. For such a scumbag, I must have been truly blind back then to think he could become my legacy. Asura God wished it could slap its past self across the face. It understood even less how the god of destruction could have taken a fancy to Tang San as well. The strength of the god of destruction had shattered the shackles of a god king. Logically speaking, it was precisely the time to make further progress, so there was no reason for him to be in such a rush to pass down his god position, right? In terms of strength, Asura God could not think of any way to catch up to the god of destruction for the time being. It could only start from this point of doubt. Asura God thought of when it had discovered the power of the god of destruction entering Douluo continent. At that time, the god of destruction had already noticed Tang San. Could it be that he had taken a fancy to Tang San right then? Moreover, after that, the god of evil and the goddess of kindness came to look for it and said a bunch of nonsense. The fact that the god of evil and the goddess of kindness suddenly became close to the god of destruction was extremely strange in itself. The problem still lies in Douluo continent. Asura God no longer focused solely on Tang San. Whether it was the god of destruction, the god of evil, or the goddess of kindness, the reasons for their changes might all be related to Douluo continent. With its strength decreased, Asura God's mind had actually become much clearer. It even suspected that the god of destruction's sudden ability to break through the shackles might also be related to Douluo continent. If its guess was correct, and if it could also, using the divine thought of a god king to inspect a lower realm, it could complete a full inspection very quickly. Furthermore, Su Chen had already begun the divine trials of the god of evil and the goddess of kindness, and it was progressing quite deeply. Asura God was naturally extremely familiar with the auras of the two god kings. A human actually possesses the legacy of both the god of evil and the goddess of kindness at the same time. Originally intending to find the reason why the god of destruction suddenly became interested in Douluo continent, it ended up discovering the inheritors of the god of evil and the goddess of kindness. Very well, you help the god of destruction snatch my successor, yet you yourselves are also cultivating inheritors. You apply the principle of, do not do unto others what you do not want done to yourself, with such double standards. Destruction Castle. Upon genuinely sensing the qualitative transformation of the god of destruction's strength and feeling that the god of destruction might truly leave her forever, the goddess of life became extremely panicked. She had never thought that the god of destruction would truly abandon her, feeling that their previous minor conflicts were at most just small episodes in their long lives. But now she was truly afraid. She no longer cared about the merciless words of the god of destruction previously, nor did she care about her disgust for the destructive intent within Destruction Castle, and shamelessly followed along. But unfortunately, the god of destruction would no longer be shaken by this. The gentleness, kindness, benevolence, and peace of the goddess of life that had once attracted him now only appeared false, superficial, and ridiculous in his eyes. Moreover, the god of destruction had a relatively accurate understanding of his own strength, and with the two allies, the god of evil and the goddess of kindness, he didn't even need to put on a false show of civility with the goddess of life anymore. Goddess of life, please return. There is no place for you here in my destruction castle. Not only did he no longer use their affectionate nickname, but was he now unwilling to even spend a short while together with her. Bitterness filled the heart of the goddess of life, and with tears in her eyes, she said, "Little Z, what kind of misunderstanding do you have about me? Can it be that you don't remember the affection of our long years together? If I have done anything wrong, you can just say it directly, giving me a reason would also be fine. Or is it that after breaking through your bottleneck in strength, you feel you no longer need me?" The goddess of life's previous few visits to see the god of destruction had already made her clearly realize that using those past methods on the god of destruction was no longer effective. The only method she could think of to win back the true heart of the god of destruction was the affection accumulated over the long years of the past. Long years, indeed very long, so long that it feels like an illusion. Thinking about it now, I can no longer tell what is true and what is false. The god of destruction also did not want to drag things out with the goddess of life any longer, so this time he would make her completely give up. How could it be fake? Every single thing we experienced together in the past is still vivid in my mind. How can you even need to doubt the truth or falsehood of such a long-standing affection? If not for the personal experience of the goddess of life standing on Tang San's side, the god of destruction would never have doubted the affection between them. But now, he only coldly uttered 8 characters. Acquainted till old age yet feeling like strangers, meeting under a roadside canopy yet feeling like old friends. The goddess of life could abandon her many years of affection with him because of a few casual words from Tang San and choose to stand on the side of his enemy. The god of destruction even felt that the so-called long-standing affection with the goddess of life could not even compare to subordinates like the 7 original sin gods, let alone someone like Su Chen, who was simultaneously his teacher, friend, and junior. But these words falling into the ears of the goddess of life meant something completely different. Acquainted till old age yet feeling like strangers, meeting under a roadside canopy yet feeling like old friends. Acquainted till old age yet feeling like strangers, naturally referred to her and the god of destruction, so who did, meeting under a roadside canopy yet feeling like old friends, refer to? Had the god of destruction fallen in love at first sight with another goddess? And was it even more sincere than the affection shared with her? The shadows of many goddesses flashed through the mind of the goddess of life in an instant. From the goddess of desire, a subordinate of the god of destruction, to the goddess of kindness, a god-king who was inseparable from the god of evil, the goddess of life suspected them all. Seeing the expression of the goddess of life changing continuously, the god of destruction added, "You don't need to think about how problems arose in our affection. You just need to know that when I needed support the most, you left me and stood on the opposite side of me." When did I? The goddess of life felt deeply wrong for a moment. Could it be that you are talking about how I didn't help you deal with Asura god just now? You should understand me, I simply don't want a civil war in the god realm. If you truly have irreconcilable conflicts with other god kings and it really comes to a life and death battle, I will support you no matter what. I can guarantee that. Guarantee. The god of destruction laughed. Chapter 189. Destruction. Treated as a fool, yet I am very happy. Your guarantee is merely what you think, but my conviction stems from reality. Destruction Castle does not welcome you, and you do not need to come here again. As the god of destruction's voice fell, the goddess of life felt that the entire Destruction Castle was repelling and driving her away. Destruction, the goddess of life still wanted to say something, yet she had already been repelled outside the castle. She was still unwilling to leave, but the castle before her eyes was already entwined with destruction divine thunder. If she were to approach even a single step closer, destruction divine thunder would show no mercy. Little Z, oh little Z, how can you be so heartless? Regarding destruction's statement that she would betray him, the goddess of life completely disbelieved it. She firmly believed that her feelings for destruction could withstand the test of time, and there would absolutely never be a situation where she betrayed destruction. On the contrary, from destruction's ruthless display, she felt that it was more likely destruction would betray her instead. Lingering outside the castle covered by destruction divine thunder for a long time, seeing that destruction castle still showed no signs of opening, the goddess of life could only return despondently to her forest of life. As a result, the moment she stepped into the forest of life, a trace of death chi suddenly appeared between the eyebrows of the goddess of life, and she instantly lost consciousness. Immediately afterwards, the flourishing forest of life actually showed a trend of withering and fading. After driving away the goddess of life, the god of destruction's expression changed instantly. He sensed that the Asura god had noticed Su Chen. Asura, the god of destruction's expression was very unsightly. He considered that not killing the Asura god previously was already a sign of holding back. If the Asura god was still unwilling to give up and wanted to challenge him, the god of destruction would gladly accompany him. But if the Asura god dared to lay a hand on Su Chen, then he shouldn't blame him for forcibly annihilating the Asura god, even if it meant the god realm would lack a god king for a long time. A streak of divine thunder flashed past. Not only in Destruction Castle, but it also flashed across the firmament of Douluo continent. Asura, what do you want to do? Ha ha ha, destruction, I wrongly thought that you manipulated everything and secretly snatched away my successor. It turns out you are merely a pawn of the god of evil and goddess of kindness, and you are even willing to be driven by them. What is the use of possessing such strong power? God of destruction. Acting as the mastermind, only to be considered a pawn controlled by the mastermind, this should probably be considered a major achievement. Why would you think that? Hey, a peerless genius is right there in Douluo continent, yet he was chosen as a successor by the god of evil and goddess of kindness. Instead, you went to snatch that successor of mine whom even I look down upon. Do you take me for someone brainless like you? The moment he saw Su Chen, Asura felt he had figured everything out. The so-called destruction snatching his successor was clearly a smokescreen by the god of evil and goddess of kindness. The god of destruction was either being used by them or was willing to be used by them as a shield, while happily opposing him. Seriously, the Asura god's confidence had recovered by more than half. Although your strength as the god of destruction is strong, do you have a brain? Do you have a personality? Do you have dignity? As for the reason why the god of evil and goddess of kindness did this, does the god of evil need a reason to do bad things? This is perhaps a part of their legacy, merely a game between the two veteran god kings. As for the goddess of kindness, Asura was not one of those ordinary mortals who thought the goddess of kindness was truly a saintly mother. When this woman turned black-bellied, she might be even more outrageous than evil. God of destruction, treated as a fool, yet I happen not to be angry. Is this some kind of illness? When the Asura god and the god of destruction were talking, they were not idle. His divine force was also constantly infiltrating Douluo continent. With Tang Chen, that successor, right there, it didn't require much effort, they just needed to make use of Tang Chen, who was already ruined, as scrap. Star Do Great Forest. Bibi Dong ordered the 4 elders she brought with her to stop the Titan Giant Ape and Sky Azure Bull Python. As for herself, she would first capture Xiao Wu, the transformed spirit beast, and talk later. In fact, after Bibi Dong and the others appeared, Tang San wanted the Titan Giant Ape and Sky Azure Bull Python to carry them and rush to the core of the Star Do Great Forest. Even if it angered those vicious beasts, it was still better than fighting Spirit Hall head-on. Moreover, given the relationship between his 2 generations and the spirit beasts, it was no exaggeration to say he was one of their own among the spirit beasts, and he could always find a way to preserve their lives. He could also love spirit beasts, and he could also consider the future of spirit beasts. But how could Bibi Dong let him have his way? 3 100,000-year spirit beasts had run to the outer periphery of the Star Do Great Forest. If she didn't seize such a God-sent opportunity, she might as well find a piece of tofu and die. She ordered the 4 elders and the knighthood to stop those 2 spirit beasts at all costs, and directly lunged to grab Xiao Wu. Third brother. Xiao Wu's face turned pale. Did I cause trouble for you? But besides fear, Xiao Wu was still concerned whether failing to obey Tang San's command would make Tang San angry. Tang San of course was not angry. If Xiao Wu and the others hadn't come, it was very likely that they, the wounded and crippled four-member group of the Clear Sky sect, would have been facing Spirit Hall's people alone. At least now there were two big guys to share the firepower. But even so, they were nearing their wits' end. With Tang Hao and Tang Xiao's condition, trying to stop Bibi Dong or taking Tang San and Xiao Wu to escape alive was practically hell difficulty, countless times more hellish than the power of hell. But how could Tang San give up Xiao Wu? Xiao Wu was his wife. If Xiao Wu was killed by Bibi Dong, her spirit ring absorbed, and her spirit bone taken. Even if he became a god in the future, it would be very difficult to resurrect Xiao Wu. Woman of Spirit Hall, get lost. At this time, the only one who could step forward was Tang San's dearest father. Tang Hao knew that Xiao Wu was Tang San's wife, and in the future he would have an obedient granddaughter and a genius grandson. Even if it meant risking his life, Tang Hao didn't want his grandson and granddaughter to perish before they were even born. Eldest brother, help me. While blocking Bibi Dong himself, Tang Hao was also summoning his good eldest brother. Tang Xiao, what the hell, I'm still holding our grandfather. Seriously, he was completely convinced of the troublemaking ability of this father and son pair, Tang Hao and Tang San. Damn it, even in the Stardow Great Forest, they could still be tracked down by enemies. Can the two of your mate selection views be a bit normal? Can you stop exclusively picking non-human spirit beasts? Tang Xiao ignored his own past of being attracted to Yin. Just by relying on you few cripples, you want to stop me. Several years ago, Tang Hao taking Tang San away from her hands was regarded as a disgrace by Bibi Dong, especially since Qian Runshui had used her failure to publicize it for a long time. This time, she would thoroughly wash away her shame, take the heads of the Tang clan people back to Spirit City, and she wanted to see what else Qian Runshui could say. With a casual palm strike, she smacked Tang Hao onto the ground. Just this little ability. Clear Sky Douluo, nothing much. That's more like it. With spirit power so much lower, he should have been swatted down with a casual slap. Ring explosion and bursting forth at every turn was simply unreasonable. But right at this moment, Tang Xiao let out an exclamation of shock. Great-grandfather, Tang Chen, who looked like a skeleton, bloomed with light once again. The blood-red Asura divine power made a comeback, and the Asura demon sword emerged from within Tang Chen's body. Tang San was overjoyed. I knew it, I knew the Asura god was a good person. Sure enough, he came to help him again. Chapter 190, The Asura demon sword has come looking for me. Even the aggressive Bibi Dong could not help but raise her guard upon seeing Tang Chen glowing entirely in red light. Her Rakshasa god legacy was constantly issuing warnings to her. This red light made her Rakshasa god legacy feel both angry and fearful. What is this thing? Something that could make even the Rakshasa god feel fearful had definitely reached the divine rank. Bibi Dong could not help but narrow her eyes and carefully size up the person amidst the red light. To be honest, if this red light hadn't appeared, Bibi Dong would have thought that the person Tang Xiao was holding was a skeleton. What deity would choose such an old thing without even hands, looking like a mummified corpse, as a successor? Or perhaps, this was also part of the legacy. Bibi Dong felt a lingering fear. The Rakshasa god whose legacy she inherited was already weird enough, requiring her to devour the souls of spirit masters with the angel martial soul, but at least it hadn't turned her into this. Although Bibi Dong was crazy and not very bright, she still cared a lot about her appearance. Even if she died, she would not be willing to turn into Tang Chen's appearance. Great-grandfather, grandfather. Amidst the red light, the familiar Asura demon sword emerged from Tang Chen's body. After the Asura sword left his body, Tang Chen's already skeleton-like body shrank by another large circle. Looking at the Asura sword shooting out like lightning, Tang San gritted his teeth. It seemed that even if the Asura god was willing to help, he wouldn't let great-grandfather recover. If all else failed, he would just have to accept the Asura god position himself. Tang San urgently needed the divine trial to protect himself and enhance his strength. With crises looming everywhere right now, no matter how good the god positions of the goddess of life and the god of destruction were, he had to be able to survive until that time. First, but the Asura demon sword directly ignored Tang San, showing no signs of falling into his hands at all. Instead, Bibi Dong grew somewhat interested. Being able to make the Rakshasa god so wary, this sword must be a good item, and perhaps it could even suppress the angelic sacred sword in the consecration hall. Just as Bibi Dong wanted to stop it, the Asura demon sword seemed to sense her thoughts and flew straight toward her. No way. Tang San's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that after great-grandfather failed the Asura god position legacy, the Asura god wanted to choose that crazy woman Bibi Dong as his successor? That shouldn't be the case. Bibi Dong was the successor of the Rakshasa god's legacy and was enemies with the Asura god. Of course, the Asura demon sword would not recognize Bibi Dong as its master. Instead, it flashed past at extreme speed, making Bibi Dong feel as if death had descended in an instant. No. An unprecedented sense of crisis swept through Bibi Dong's brain, and she instinctively used the powerful spirit ability, Undying Body. Your Majesty the Supreme Pontiff. The four elders could no longer care about stopping the Titan giant ape and the sky azure bull python, and hurriedly surrounded Bibi Dong. The Asura demon sword merely passed by Bibi Dong on the way and directly vanished into the horizon. The Asura god originally wouldn't have paid attention to Bibi Dong, but who told her to actually harbor designs on the Asura demon sword? When the Asura god took a closer look, well, it actually turned out to be the successor of that bastard Rakshasa god's legacy. The Asura god was already full of pent-up anger and wanted to slap any passing dog, let alone someone as displeasing to the eye as Bibi Dong. Thus, he had the Asura demon sword deliver a small surprise to Bibi Dong. What are you all surrounding me for? Why aren't you getting lost? The Asura god did not kill Bibi Dong, but left a sword wound on her right shoulder. That pierced straight through from front to back. The Asura demon sword had passed right through Bibi Dong's right shoulder. Bibi Dong's undying body failed to play any role at all, and the location of the wound also caused Bibi Dong excruciating pain. As for the wound caused by the Asura demon sword, let alone making it heal completely, Bibi Dong couldn't even close it slightly. It wasn't that the Asura god was soft-hearted. Rather, seeing that Bibi Dong was dealing with Tang San, he gave her a lesson without taking her life, keeping her to continue dealing with Tang San. Your Majesty the Supreme Pontiff, your wound. Scumbags, why aren't you keeping all those spirit beasts behind? If even one escapes, I'll take your lives. Like an erupting volcano, Bibi Dong vented her rage without reservation. Last time she caught a transformed spirit beast and returned empty-handed, and this time she actually got injured. Moreover, no matter how she used her spirit power to flush and repair this bizarre wound, there was not the slightest change. Bibi Dong even worried somewhat whether this injury would affect her Rakshasa god legacy. Having paid such a heavy price, she could only use these 3 spirit beasts to recover some blood. 300,000-year spirit rings and spirit bones could barely make Bibi Dong feel a bit better inside. Yes, it was already very difficult for the 4 elders to stop the Titan giant ape and the sky azure bull python. They were not like Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo joining forces, who could use the yin-yang stasis domain to restrict these 200,000-year spirit beasts. Allowing these 200,000-year spirit beasts to attack unbridled, all 4 elders were injured to varying degrees. Taking advantage of the moment when they gathered around Bibi Dong, the Titan giant ape and the sky azure bull python had already run to Xiao Wu's side. Sister Xiao Wu, come with us. Once we return to the depths of the Star Do, Great Forest, we will be safe. Third brother. Xiao Wu also wanted to go with the Titan giant ape and the others, but the premise was that they had to bring Tang San along as well. Looking at the already vanished Asura demon sword, Tang San felt a sense of loss. The Asura demon sword had left, and without even turning its head back. The Asura god position completely had nothing more to do with him or the Tang clan. Let's go. Tang San also made his decision. He would go to the core area of the Star Do Great Forest to seek a glimmer of survival. But at this moment, the people of Spirit Hall swarmed over again. Bibi Dong, do you know what injured you? Why don't you return to Spirit City to properly recover from your injuries? Be careful lest this injury takes your life. The enemy was strong while they were weak. Even though Bibi Dong was injured, Tang San had no certainty of breaking through Spirit Hall's blockade. Bibi Dong's reply was very simple. Kill. Yu Shaogang was not around, so Bibi Dong didn't care who you, Tang San, were. Just a small fry, killing him was just killing him. As for the injury, it wouldn't be too late to go back and properly recover after absorbing the 100,000-year spirit ring. In an instant, the battle erupted once more. On the other side, the place where the Asura demon sword flew was precisely where Su Chen was. Asura god, what do you want to do? Although the god of destruction knew who the Asura demon sword's target was, he did not directly stop it. He could sense that the Asura god's purpose was not to kill Su Chen, but rather carried a sense of urgency and longing. Destruction, stop being a dog for evil and goodness. Wouldn't it be better to stand tall and live as a proper person? Don't waste your entire strength in vain. The Asura god's eyes were filled with fanaticism. If the god of destruction wanted to stop him, he would not hesitate even if his injuries became more severe or if he fell into a slumber for tens of thousands of years, he would still achieve his goal. Heaven human sect. After his consciousness returned from the god realm, Su Chen felt refreshed and invigorated. Inside the destruction castle of the god of destruction, not only was his consciousness not affected by the thoughts of destruction, but it was instead nourished by the immortal qi mobilized by the god of destruction. Upon returning to his body, he felt that his mental force had improved by a large margin. Senior Destruction was so benevolent and righteous, not only did he let him watch a good show, but he also let him take away benefits while eating. Just as Su Chen finished digesting the enhancement of his mental force, he sensed a streak of red light instantly rushing over. Not good, God of Destruction, save me. Chapter 191, Asura God, smooth, thoughts are unblocked. What the hell? Even though Su Chen's mental force had increased by a large margin, when he saw the red light rushing over, he didn't even have time to react. Su Chen couldn't help but be startled. Who on earth is trying to harm him? Senior Destruction should be able to block it in time, right? But this time, the god of destruction, who was always reassuring, failed to act in time, yet Su Chen didn't die either. When the red light sank into his body, Su Chen felt a boundless killing intent rushing towards him. Su Chen's body instantly stiffened, and his consciousness sank deep into his own body. He saw that red light enter his body and head straight towards his killing spear spirit. What on earth is this thing? What kind of impact will it have on my killing spear? By this time, Su Chen had calmed down a lot. Since the god of destruction did not step in to stop it, it meant that this red beam at least wouldn't take his life. Could it be that the god of destruction suddenly dropped the ball? As the red beam spread toward the killing spear, Su Chen's killing spear spirit automatically manifested, bursting with divine light to block the approaching red beam. Su Chen's life-protecting shield spirit also emerged right after, similarly bursting with divine light and cooperating with the killing spear to block the blood-red beam. Su Chen had already initiated the divine trials of the god of evil and the goddess of kindness. The killing spear and life-protecting shield spirits respectively carried the legacy of the god of evil and the goddess of kindness. With the appearance of the two divine lights, the advanced speed of the blood-red beam instantly slowed down. God Realm. After witnessing the battle between the Asura god and the god of destruction, the god of evil and the goddess of kindness went together into the sanctuary of the goddess of kindness, closing their doors to study the brand new power of the god of destruction. They had previously captured a snippet of power that leaked out when the god of destruction and the Asura god fought. Feel it yourself. Is the power contained within this trace of lightning completely different from the god of destruction's divine force of destruction? This trace of lightning was a bit that splashed out when the god of destruction converted the thunder pool into a suspended waterfall. If they hadn't wrapped it with divine force, it would have vanished without a trace long ago. It is indeed vastly different from the god of destruction. How on earth did destruction manage this? To actually be able to extend from the way of destruction to such a brand new law. Even with the two of them carefully nurturing it, as they felt and experimented with it, this trace of lightning still quickly grew weak. Just at this moment, the expression of the god of evil suddenly changed, followed immediately by the goddess of kindness. Not good, something has gone wrong over at Su Chen's side. If they hadn't been busy studying the god of destruction's brand new power and invested too much energy, they could have actually discovered earlier that the Asura god's power had entered the Douluo continent. But the god of destruction's brand new power was simply too alluring, and they wanted to try and see if they could find a way to break their own shackles. Yet without any harvest at all, they discovered that something had gone wrong with the successor they valued immensely. Is it destruction? Could he have gone back on his word? It's not destruction, it's Asura. Bastard, what does he want to do? If Asura dares to harm Su Chen, I'll slaughter him. The divine forces of the goddess of kindness and the god of evil burst forth simultaneously, shooting straight into the clouds of the god realm like two vortices. Asura, the god realm, which had just quieted down, became lively once again. To the first, second, and third-tier deities in the god realm, this seemed somewhat incredible. Goodness, the Asura god just finished fighting the god of destruction, and now he's starting a conflict with the god of evil and the goddess of kindness. The Asura god truly lives up to being the bravest deity in the god realm. Is he trying to fight the other four god kings all by himself? Hey, wake up, the Asura god lost his battle with the god of destruction just now. He can't even beat one god king, how could he possibly take on four? Who knows? Perhaps the Asura god is intentionally driving himself into a desperate situation to achieve a breakthrough. The god realm was far too boring, especially for those deities who hadn't brought relatives and friends up to the god realm, nor had a wife who was also a deity. This kind of excitement was certainly rare to see. Some deities wished they could mark down this day and treat it as a holiday in the god realm from now on. Douluo continent, heaven-human sect. Seeing that it could not break through the divine light of the killing spear and life-protecting shield in a short time, the blood-red beam directly transformed into the shape of a sword. Asura sword. Although Su Chen had never seen the Asura god with his own eyes, with such an overbearing and ferocious aura, there shouldn't be any other sword besides the Asura sword, right? What is the Asura god's sword doing running into his body? Having just lost to the god of destruction, instead of closing his doors to recover from his injuries properly, what kind of trick is he trying to pull? Just as his thoughts were racing, the Asura demon sword revealed its true form, its sharp light flashing as it forcibly broke through the divine light on the outer perimeter of the killing spear. After all, the killing spear and life-protecting shield only contained the legacy of the god of evil and the goddess of kindness. They were not the super-divine artifacts of these two god kings, whereas the Asura demon sword was the actual entity itself. However, the Asura demon sword could not usurp the nest and expel the legacy of the god of evil either. And the next moment, the radiance of the killing spear and life-protecting shield looked as though it was about to burst forth brilliantly once more. The Asura demon sword abruptly tore something off from the killing spear. That's not right, it wasn't torn off from the killing spear, but rather, this thing didn't belong to the killing spear in the first place. What was torn off by the Asura sword was the trace of cold shadow provided by the Tianmeng iceworm. This cold shadow could have originally provided Su Chen with a third spirit slot, but the god of destruction had long since planned for Su Chen to simultaneously acquire the god positions of the god of evil and the goddess of kindness. If there were yet another spirit, it would instead have a negative impact on inheriting the god positions of the god of evil and the goddess of kindness. The god of destruction had parasitized it within the killing spear, and after being nurtured over these years, this cold shadow had developed quite a bit of spirituality. In Su Chen's mind, this cold shadow might be able to be cultivated into an existence resembling a weapon spirit. But now, the Asura demon sword forcefully squeezed into this cold shadow, and the cold shadow instantly transformed into the shape of the Asura demon sword. Su Chen had gained a third spirit. Asura, are you courting death? The obstruction by the god of evil and the goddess of kindness was a tiny fraction too slow, and the Asura god had forcefully bound the Asura demon sword to Su Chen. The god of evil and the goddess of kindness simply stormed into the Asura god's temple, both of their faces filled with killing intent, wishing they could tear the Asura god apart. With just a slight lack of attention on their part, their home had actually been stolen by the Asura god. Asura, we need an explanation. The Asura god still had some bloodstains at the corner of his mouth. He had just been injured by the god of destruction, and then he forced the Asura demon sword to break through the divine light obstruction of the god of evil and the goddess of kindness, making his injuries somewhat more severe. It could be said that what the Asura god did was completely gaining nothing while losing much. Not only did he directly offend the god of evil and the goddess of kindness, but he also made his own condition even worse, with almost no benefits whatsoever. But for the Asura god, it was worth it. Those two old schemers had been plotting behind his back and scheming against him. If he didn't vent this breath of anger, the Asura god truly wouldn't be reconciled. Now it was good, the Asura god's thoughts were unblocked. Ha ha ha, an explanation. What explanation do you want from me? When you snatched Tang San away, why didn't you give me an explanation? What are you talking about? The god of evil and the goddess of kindness remained furious, but their killing intent involuntarily paused for a moment. If you don't want anyone to know, you shouldn't have done it in the first place. Did you think you could keep it from me? Pa, don't treat me like that, fool. Destruction. Chapter 192. Lying flat and accepting beatings, Asura god, a grand event in the god realm. God of evil and goddess of kindness were left utterly speechless inside. And what the hell, god of destruction is a fool. Clearly, you, Asura god, are the real fool. Asura, separate your Asura demon sword from Su Chen's body, and do not force it to make a move. God of evil did not want to dwell on other matters, only wanting his and goddess of kindness's legacy inheritors to return cleanly to their sides. Return them. It cannot be returned. Su Chen is already the legacy inheritor selected by it, and it has passed the Asura demon sword to him. If you want to forcibly strip away its legacy, unless you kill Su Chen together with it, it just depends on whether you can bear to do so. You, what about it? At worst, you all can make a move, and it guarantees it will not fight back. While coughing blood, Asura god said arrogantly. Anyway, it was already injured now, and winning a single-handed fight against either god of evil or goddess of kindness was impossible, so it might as well just lie flat and accept the beatings. No matter how much god of evil and goddess of kindness argued, it wanted Su Chen as its legacy inheritor no matter what. For nothing else, just for the sake of being able to retaliate against god of evil and goddess of kindness. It simply did not believe that god of evil and goddess of kindness would beat it to death. And even if it were beaten to death, its legacy would always accompany Su Chen. In any case, it wanted to disgust god of evil and goddess of kindness for a lifetime. Goddess of kindness, on the contrary, became gentle, speaking in a nice tone to Asura god. Asura, why must you push things to this point? Regarding the problem of the legacy inheritor, Evil and I can guarantee that we will definitely help you find a better and more suitable legacy inheritor for it. What do you think? Not good at all. Asura god was very unyielding right now. Anyway, at most, you all would just beat it to death. As the dignified Asura god, would it be afraid? It feels that throughout the ages and across numerous planes, there will never be anyone more suitable for its legacy than Su Chen, so there is no need to trouble yourselves. God of evil still maintained a posture of being on the verge of exploding, and goddess of kindness was still persuading it. Asura, we are all god kings who have worked together in the god realm for many years, do not let other deities make a joke of us. You clearly knew that Su Chen was already our legacy inheritor, yet you still interfered horizontally. Is this not somewhat unreasonable? If other deities follow suit in the future, what position will you, the enforcer, have to enforce the law impartially? Asura god leaned sideways outside the temple, glancing sideways at goddess of kindness. Kindness, stop putting on acts in front of me. Your god position is kindness. You do not think it would treat you as some good person, do you? It thinks you are even more evil than evil. When snatching Tang San, why did you not understand this principle? As for being made a joke of by other deities, has it been made a joke of very little today? Goddess of kindness's temper was truly good, or rather, if she could solve this matter with her fists, she would not waste words with Asura god. And Asura god's words played right into goddess of kindness's hands. Tang San has not opened a divine trial, and accepting whatever legacy is his own business, but you are currently violating the rules of the god realm. That is right, it has indeed violated them. What can you do about it? Expel it from the God realm. Or dismiss its seat on the God realm committee. It pleads guilty and accepts punishment for all. God of evil and goddess of kindness were left speechless. The so-called standing on the side of the God realm's rules required the other party to recognize the rules as well. Asura God made it clear now that it wanted to act as a scoundrel. Furthermore, Asura God did not argue, fully confessing to its behavior of violating the rules of the God realm, accepting both beatings and punishments, focusing entirely on leniency for confession. It confessed to all crimes, but it simply refused to change. God of evil and goddess of kindness, who were habitually used to playing the good cop and the bad cop, could no longer maintain it. Asura, do you really insist on doing this? Will you not care about any decency at all? Asura God sneered. What is it? Can you no longer pretend to be good people, and since soft tactics do not work, you want to resort to hard ones? Come on, it accepts everything on the menu. Asura God demonstrated to God of evil and goddess of kindness what it meant for one to be invincible when shameless. Since it did not even want its face, what else was there to fear? God of evil Tao, how about this, I return Tang San to you again. Although he had coaxed Tang San over for God of destruction, now that its own legacy inheritor was about to be snatched away by Asura God, it should first fool Asura God and talk about it later. What kind of being do you take Asura for? You return whatever garbage you do not want to it. It only wants Su Chen as a legacy inheritor, it wants none of those random nobodies. God of evil and goddess of kindness were completely out of options. If Asura God did not proactively take back its legacy, if they forcibly made a move, it would only ruin Su Chen. Goddess of kindness, with a cold face, exchanged glances with God of evil. Only God of evil understood her meaning. Do you have any other methods? God of evil shook his head slightly. Gone. Do we give up on Su Chen or not? Of course we cannot give up. Then go find destruction and demand an explanation. Let's go. However, before going to find God of destruction, Goddess of kindness said directly to God of evil. Do we beat this guy or not? God of evil replied, beat. Anyway, the legacy inheritor had already been tainted by Asura God, and even if it gave it a beating, it could not change reality, but at least it could vent its anger. Then, many deities who were secretly paying attention here were shocked to see the two great god kings, God of evil and goddess of kindness, actually ganging up and physically beating Asura God flesh to flesh just like that. Not only did Asura God not resist, but it even cheered loudly instead. Good, hit well, use a bit more strength, wow tilde. While vomiting blood, Asura God heroically told them to use more strength, looking just like a customer at a massage parlor telling the masseur to press harder. Having beaten Asura God for a while, God of evil and goddess of kindness grew angrier the more they hit, and they turned around and ran off to Destruction Castle again. The peanut gallery deities all had their horizons broadened. Goodness, they truly live up to Lord Evil and Lord Kindness, beating Asura God so much that it does not even dare to resist. What do you mean it does not dare to resist? Why does it look to me like Asura God is enjoying it? It is vomiting blood and still enjoying it. What kind of hobby is this? Could Asura God be practicing some unprecedented divine skill? Look quickly, God of evil and goddess of kindness have gone to Destruction Castle again. Could the two god kings, God of evil and goddess of kindness, be about to have a great battle with God of destruction? Is this because beating Asura God was not satisfying enough? You tell me, if God of evil and goddess of kindness join forces, can they defeat God of destruction, whose strength has increased greatly? Hard to say. Difficult to say. If goddess of life could join forces with God of destruction, the ones who win would definitely be them. Shish, did you not notice earlier? The relationship between God of destruction and goddess of life has run into quite a big problem. What problem? It seems to have ruptured. The extremely bored deities even set up a gambling ring, betting on who would win. As for whether this would offend the three god kings because of it, who could care about that? Everyone was participating anyway. Even if the god kings had life chi, they could not knock all the deities out of the god realm in one go, right? Would they go become commanders of a bear pole? The law does not punish the masses, the god realm is so boring, what could be more important than eating melons and watching the show? Chapter 193, God of Destruction, being a fool is great, one just has to be a fool. Destruction, I think you should give me an explanation. When communicating with the god of destruction, the tone and attitude of the god of evil and the goddess of kindness were relatively gentle. After all, as for the Asura god, they could easily beat him up. But here at the god of destruction, they did not know where the upper limit of the god of destruction was, and it might even be him beating the two of them up. You are talking about the matter of your legacy, Su Chen, right? The god of destruction emphasized the three words, your. That's right. It was agreed that you would help be responsible for cultivating Su Chen and not let any accidents happen to him. Now the Asura god has forcibly shoved his legacy onto Su Chen. To some extent, aren't you somewhat derelict in your duty? I am derelict in my duty. The god of destruction was somewhat stunned. Didn't you get Tang San from the Asura god, and wasn't our agreement already completed? Su Chen is your legacy, so it wouldn't be very good for me to pay too much attention to him, right? What the god of destruction said wasn't wrong either. Logically speaking, since they successfully lured Tang San away from the Asura god, their previous agreement could be considered completed, except that it wasn't formally spoken out loud. Normally, whether it was spoken or not didn't matter, everyone shared a tacit understanding. But hasn't a problem arisen now? At this time, the god of destruction asked further. You two couldn't even keep an eye on an injured Asura god. When the Asura god made a move on Su Chen, what were you two doing? We were researching your brand new power. The god of evil and the goddess of kindness, who clearly came to demand an explanation, now felt a bit guilty. Their relationship with the god of destruction was quite good, and previously they had also communicated and consulted the god of destruction on methods to break through shackles. But what the god of destruction said himself and them secretly researching behind his back, while also stealing a trace of the god of destruction's power, were completely different matters. What, can't you say it? Could it be some crucial matter? The god of destruction looked puzzled on the surface, but inside he was blooming with joy. When the god of evil secretly stored that trace of his overflowing thunder, even while fighting, the god of destruction still noticed it. Wanting to see the path ahead in the God-King realm could not be achieved just by peering through that trace of his power, so the god of destruction hadn't cared. He didn't expect that later the Asura god would make a big fuss, which could just be used to leave the god of evil and the goddess of kindness speechless. You plotted behind my back, and you still have the nerve to ask me for an explanation. If you wanted to see my power, you could have just asked me. Wouldn't it have been fine if I gave it to you? You just had to engage in petty actions. Facing the inquiry of the god of destruction, the god of evil and the goddess of kindness could only laugh it off and muddle through. Yeah, there really was suddenly a somewhat important matter to handle, and that fellow Asura took advantage of the loophole. Their aura suddenly weakened. There was no help for it, they felt guilty, so their spines couldn't stiffen up. Destruction, we are, after all, an offensive and defensive alliance in dealing with Asura. You've also helped take care of Su Chen for so long, so you definitely have feelings for him. Can you help us think of a way to strip the Asura god's legacy from Su Chen? Previously it was demanding an explanation, but now it was a request for help. Even if the god of destruction helped, it changed from an obligation to the god of evil and the goddess of kindness owing him a favor. Moreover, this favor was not small. However, regardless of whether the god of destruction had this ability or not, he did not plan to help Su Chen strip away the Asura god's legacy. Aside from the god positions of the god of evil and the goddess of kindness that he arranged, Su Chen had gained an extra Asura god's legacy. This was a good thing. Rather than letting the Asura god pick someone with unknown roots in the future, who might turn out to be another disgusting successor like Tang San II, why not simply let Su Chen shoulder the god positions of the three god kings all by himself? Young people need more tempering, adding some burdens is a good thing. As for whether the successors of the god of evil and the goddess of kindness had their shares forcibly taken away by the Asura god, and whether they would feel cuckolded, the god of destruction couldn't care about that. This As you both know, my realm transformation has not yet been completed, and even if it were completed, it would still be an extension of the way of destruction. Regarding such laws as stripping and healing, I am still powerless. Just when the god of evil and the goddess of kindness were disappointed, the god of destruction added. However what? I might be able to help reconcile the conflict between the Asura god's legacy and your legacy within Su Chen's body, preventing Su Chen from dying due to a conflict of god positions. It was difficult enough for Tang San alone to concurrently hold the sea god position and the Asura god position, and he even needed Xiaowu to act as the scabbard of the Asura demon sword to help him control the Asura god's position. Su Chen was able to simultaneously obtain the legacy of the god of evil and the goddess of kindness because these two god positions were two sides of the same coin, mutually generating and restricting each other, and with the regulation of the god of evil and the goddess of kindness. Now with the addition of the Asura god as an overbearing gatecrasher, it would be strange if problems didn't arise. The reason why the god of evil and the goddess of kindness were exhibiting such life qi, aside from their legacy being cuckolded, was also out of worry over whether Su Chen would run into problems due to the conflict of god positions. Since the god of destruction was willing to help now, although it wasn't the result they most expected, it was still better than directly losing their legacy. Although the Asura god was disgusting, they really weren't willing to give up Su Chen, such an excellent legacy holder. Fine, consider us owing you a favor. Even if we pass down our god positions and leave the god realm, as long as you have a need, we will both come back to repay this favor. The god of evil understood very well that it was impossible to make the god of destruction help for free. Just like exchanging Tang San for Su Chen earlier, they had to bring out solid trading chips. Although this favor didn't seem like a very important chip, wherever the god of destruction needed help, it certainly wouldn't be easy. Deal. The god of destruction revealed a smile. Being a fool is great, and being regarded as a fool by everyone is even better. Making a fortune in silence, is there anything better than this? The sooner the better, we should act early. If we wait until the Asura god's legacy and your legacy within Su Chen's body completely erupt into conflict, even I will find it hard to stop. Since the god of destruction dared to let the Asura god's legacy fall onto Su Chen, he had the certainty of guaranteeing that Su Chen would not run into trouble. His regard for Su Chen was not the least bit less than that of the god of evil and the goddess of kindness, and even surpassed them. Moreover, these two guys were indeed unreliable. Together the two of them couldn't even protect Su Chen. His initial decision not to directly hand Su Chen over to the god of evil and the goddess of kindness for cultivation was indeed a correct decision. The true mastermind, Lord God of Destruction, couldn't help but admire his own foresight. Good, we will right now. Scumbag, the Asura god just got beaten into that ghost of a shape, yet he still isn't honest and is already starting to tamper with Su Chen. Having finished discussing with the god of destruction, the god of evil looked towards Su Chen, and suddenly flew into a rage again. Su Chen was being carried by his Asura demon sword spirit, flying at lightning speed, with the destination being none other than the Star Do Great Forest. Asura Temple. The Asura god coughed up blood while laughing heartily. Go, hurry up and go. Once you retaliate against evil and kindness, you can properly torment that ungrateful, profit-seeking, hypocritical, and ugly dog of a thing, Tang San, cough, cough. The Asura god's blood gushed out from his mouth as if he didn't want his life anymore. Although the god of evil and the goddess of kindness had held back enough not to beat him to death, their anger had indeed been vented quite a bit, and the Asura god's current condition was very terrible. However, the Asura god didn't care anymore. Anyway, as long as he still wouldn't die, it was fine. At worst, he would recuperate for tens of thousands of years, sleeping through it would make it pass. Chapter 194 Star Do Great Forest. I, Su Chen, am here to join the fun too. It is too fast. On the ground, many people saw a red flash pass by in a flash, just like an illusion. After that red flash disappeared, a voice came from the now empty sky. Su Chen was a bit dazed. Sitting at home, the god position came from the sky. He never expected that the legacy of the Asura god would actively seek him out, and even directly turn the Asura demon sword into his spirit. Su Chen came back after watching Tang San make his choice for the god position legacy, and he did not understand what happened afterward in the god realm. But thinking about it, he was able to obtain another god position, and it was even the god position of the Asura god, which was definitely related to senior destruction. As soon as Su Chen's third spirit formed, before he even had time to carefully study it, the first divine trial of the Asura god arrived. Does the Asura god also have divine trials? In his past life when Tang San obtained the Asura god legacy, he did not experience any divine trials. Instead, the Asura god arranged everything and chose Xiaowu to become the scabbard bearing the Asura demon sword. Moreover, he had just obtained the Asura god legacy, and the divine trial descended impatiently. Wasn't the Asura god a bit too anxious? His first divine trial was to acquire the first spirit ring of the Asura demon sword, and it was specified to be a 100,000-year spirit ring. For the current Su Chen, acquiring a 100,000-year spirit ring was not too difficult. Even if he didn't do it himself, with the Heaven Human sect's formidable elder lineup, going to the Star Do Great Forest to hunt the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Azure Bull Python would not be a big problem. But the Asura god seemed to have already chosen a target for him. When he confirmed the content of the first divine trial, the divine trial additionally determined the spirit beast candidate for the first spirit ring, and even prepared how to get there. The Asura demon sword turned into the fastest transportation tool, carrying Su Chen and speeding away at a speed that was difficult to match even if he used a spirit bone plus the highest tier flight soul tool. In just a few minutes, he saw the outline of the Star Do Great Forest. At this moment, the speed of the Asura demon sword slowed down. Su Chen, who had his feet on the ground once again, felt much more at ease in his heart. Perhaps because the Asura god originally passed the god position to Tang San, coupled with the attitude of the god of destruction toward the Asura god, Su Chen's impression of the Asura god was not very good either. Therefore, even with the god of destruction as his backing above, Su Chen still maintained some vigilance toward the Asura god. However, this feeling of high-speed flight was not bad. Except for being slightly surprised at the beginning when he truly flew, the Asura demon sword broke through the wind barrier, and not even a single strand of his hair was messed up. Is it so urgent? Do I need to acquire the first spirit ring right now? Su Chen tried to ask. The Asura god's first divine trial did not specify a time limit, but since the Asura god was in such a rush, there must be a reason. Then, the Asura god's legacy gave him a hint again, guiding him toward a certain direction in the Star Do Great Forest. This direction is. Su Chen had been to the Star Do Great Forest a few times, coupled with seeing the environment of the area where Tang San was located when his consciousness went to the God realm earlier. He was confident that the direction he was heading now was where Tang San was located. So much time has passed, could it be that Tang San hasn't left yet? Carrying a trace of curiosity, Su Chen quickened his pace and rushed rapidly in the direction guided by the divine trial. When he approached the area where Tang San was in his memory, he heard fierce battle sounds and the roars of spirit beasts. Tang San must have run into trouble again. Asking him to come over, the Asura god definitely wasn't doing it to help Tang San. The bigger possibility was to retaliate against Tang San. Alas, Tang San is such an unlucky god king. Making a rebirth trip, the sky is full of his mortal enemies, how truly unfortunate. Since the Asura god asked him to come here to complete the divine trial, it was most likely asking him to add bricks and tiles to Tang San's unlucky career. Su Chen inexplicably started to look forward to it. The petty Asura god's revenge intensity shouldn't be lighter than the god of destructions. Let's see what tricks he can pull out. Da Ming, Ming, keep it up. The injured Bibi Dong became increasingly violent. Previously, there were 2 battlefields, but now, she and the 4 elders of Spirit Hall were besieging Tang San and these people, spirit beasts, and half-human half-beasts. Bibi Dong left the task of blocking and restricting the Titan Giant Ape and the others to her subordinates, while she was only responsible for sneak attacks and frontal assaults. The angry Bibi Dong inflicted dozens of wounds on the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Azure Bull Python respectively. Moreover, these wounds were all caused by attacks with eternal wounds attached by Bibi Dong. The wounds were hideous and terrifying, continuously bleeding and consuming the stamina and vitality of the sky azure bull python and the titan giant ape. Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, these two former titled Douluo who were already in bad condition, also had 3 or 4 wounds on each of their bodies. This was still the result of Xiao Wu having the titan giant ape and the sky azure bull python bear most of the firepower and repeatedly supporting the Tang clan members. Otherwise, given Bibi Dong's anger towards Tang Hao and the others, they probably would have died at Bibi Dong's hands long ago. Roar tilde. Suddenly, one leg of the titan giant ape knelt on the ground. The gravity domain, which had always been used in conjunction with the sky azure bull python's slow domain, could also no longer be maintained. Beneath the massive body of the titan giant ape, the blood was about to gather into a small pond. Ming, how are you? Xiao Wu asked with concern. As for whether she truly cared about the titan giant ape itself, or was worried that if the titan giant ape couldn't hold on, she and Tang San would be in danger, that was hard to say. Sister Xiao Wu, I can't hold on much longer. Da Ming and I will find a way to tear open a gap for you, and you must quickly run to the core area of the Star Do Great Forest. While speaking, the abdomen of the titan giant ape was wounded again, and Bibi Dong's spider thorn pierced deeply into his body. The toxins of the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Eating Spider Emperor spread within the bodies of the titan giant ape and the sky azure bull python, continuously devouring their bodies. Run. Can you run away? All of you, go die. Bibi Dong looked like a mad demon. Third Brother's 100,000-year spirit ring was close at hand. She was just a tiny bit away from achieving the unprecedented feat of absorbing 3 100,000-year spirit rings at once. The titan giant ape roared again. But the titan roar, which previously could greatly interfere with the crowd of Spirit Hall, now appeared so feeble. Furthermore, the people of Spirit Hall were already prepared, and the impact received was minimal. When the titan giant ape struggled to stand up, the sky azure bull python also let out an angry roar. One of the ox horns on the head of the sky azure bull python had broken, and the power of the sky azure bull python's divine thunder had weakened a lot. Both the titan giant ape and the sky azure bull python were truly at the end of their tether. When the titan giant ape said he wanted to tear open a gap for Xiao Wu, it was merely willing but lacking the strength. A trace of determination appeared in the eyes of Xiao Wu, who saw the situation clearly. Things had reached this step, and it was already close to a desperate situation. Wanting to rely on the sky azure bull python and the titan giant ape to escape was already an impossible matter. Then, there was only one choice left. Xiao Wu affectionately gazed at Tang San, saying with tears in her eyes, "Brother, you must live on well." Tang San's expression changed, in shock. "Xiao Wu, what do you want to do? I absolutely will not allow you." Chapter 195, Tang San, accept the reward from your Asura grandfather. Brother, you told me stories about what will happen between us in the future. Since you could revive me in your past life, you definitely can in this lifetime too, right? After Tang San confessed his rebirth to Xiao Wu, she chased after him, asking many questions about what had happened between the two of them in their past lives. Xiao Wu's sacrifice was undoubtedly a very important part of it. Back then, Tang San even swore that no matter what happened in this lifetime, he would never let Xiao Wu go through something like a sacrifice again. But reality always slaps the daydreamer across the face. Tang San had once again fallen into a desperate plight, and Xiao Wu was once again. No, right, this was her first time facing this kind of choice. Tang San's eyes were likewise filled with tears. Xiao Wu, I promise you, I will definitely revive you as soon as possible. In their past life, after Xiao Wu sacrificed herself to Tang San, there was at least yearning heartbroken red protecting Xiao Wu's soul. Xiao Wu had died, but not completely, her soul could still bounce out to keep Tang San company. But in this lifetime, Tang San had not obtained yearning heartbroken red. If he wanted to see Xiao Wu again, he would just have to wait until he became a god and revived Xiao Wu. In fact, Tang San realized their situation even earlier than Xiao Wu did, understanding that only if Xiao Wu, along with Titan Giant Ape and Sky Azure Bull Python, sacrificed themselves to him together, would there be a possibility of breaking the deadlock. Tang San's blue-silver grass spirit could not accept a spirit ring for the time being, but his clear sky hammer spirit was still empty. Although cultivating two spirits at the same time, even with Tang San's past life cultivation experience and God King vision, still required taking risks. But matters had come to this, no matter how great the risk, he had to take it. Da Ming. Ming. Aside from sacrificing herself, Xiaowu also prepared to drag Titan Giant Ape and Sky Azure Bull Python into it. If she sacrificed herself to Tang San alone, under the siege of Spirit Hall led by Bibi Dong, the chances of escaping were still not high. Only by adding Titan Giant Ape and Sky Azure Bull Python would her third brother's chances of getting away grow a bit larger. Anyway, Titan Giant Ape and Sky Azure Bull Python could not escape their predicament either. Rather than giving the spirit ring and spirit bone to a woman like Bibi Dong, it was better to give them to Tang San. Furthermore, Xiaowu had also heard Tang San say that in Tang San's past life, Titan Giant Ape and Sky Azure Bull Python had also sacrificed themselves to Tang San. Perhaps this was destiny. Sacrifice yourselves to third brother with me, he will definitely be able to revive us. After all, this was a major event that decided life and death. Even though Xiaowu knew that Titan Giant Ape and Sky Azure Bull Python obeyed her every word, she still needed to give them a reason and hope. Moreover, while saying these words, Xiaowu had already begun her sacrifice to Tang San. The moment the sacrifice began, a barrier instantly unfolded. No, the group from Spirit Hall was pushed back by the expanding barrier field and blocked outside. Bibi Dong, knowing what was happening, instantly went crazy. She had worked herself to the bone just to obtain a 100,000-year spirit ring, yet now this transformed spirit beast was directly sacrificing herself to Tang Hao's son. Then what was the point of all her busy work for so long? Break it open for me. Bibi Dong frantically launched attacks against the sacrificial barrier. All of you trash must not stop either, break this barrier together with me. Bibi Dong showed not the slightest bit of sympathy for her battered subordinates, demanding that they attack the barrier together with her. All 4 elders of Spirit Hall were injured, and the 2 elders who had been struck by Sky Azure Bull Python's lightning were even more seriously wounded. But Bibi Dong did not care about any of that, she only wanted the spirit ring. Sister Xiaowu, Sky Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape were likewise shocked. Even when driven to desperation, neither of them had ever thought about sacrificing themselves to anyone. After all, not only did they have no feelings for Tang San, but they were also extremely resistant towards him. This time, they had been implicated by Tang San and the others, which was why they ran to the outer perimeter of the Star Do Great Forest. It could be said that they only felt hatred toward Tang San, with not the slightest bit of goodwill. Under such circumstances, making them willingly sacrifice themselves to Tang San was something they truly found hard to accept. But they had heard every word of Xiaowu's final remarks. As for the matter of resurrection, Sky Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape actually didn't quite believe it. No matter how they looked at it, this punk Tang San didn't look like someone who could become a god. If this unlucky fellow could become a god, it would be better to say that spirit beasts could become gods too. Yet while they didn't believe in Tang San, they were willing to believe in Xiaowu. Furthermore, they truly couldn't escape anyway, and the spirit ring and spirit bone had to be given to someone. Compared to Bibi Dong who wanted to kill them, giving them to Tang San was somewhat easier to accept. Even if they became a spirit ring, they wanted to stay together with Sister Xiaowu. Kid, we are giving you a chance and handing the spirit ring over to you. If you really can revive the spirit beasts that sacrificed themselves to you in the future, even if you don't revive us, you must definitely revive Sister Xiaowu. Otherwise, even in death, we will not let you off. Saying this, Titan Giant Ape and Sky Azure Bull Python also began their sacrifice to Tang San. Wait. The one raising doubts was neither Bibi Dong nor anyone else from Spirit Hall, but rather Tang San, the person directly receiving these free benefits. When Xiaowu began her sacrifice to him, he had originally expected the familiar feeling from his past life to appear. But who would have thought that after Xiaowu began her sacrifice, Tang San felt no sensation of his strength surging whatsoever, nor did he feel even a shred of power entering his body. Something is wrong. 100%, or even 10,000%, something is wrong. Tang San clearly spoke before Da Ming and Ming began their sacrifice, but they acted as if they hadn't heard anything and continued with the sacrifice. Xiao Wu, stop quickly, stop quickly. Not to mention that a sacrifice could not be stopped once it began. Even if Xiao Wu truly had the ability to do so, she could no longer hear Tang San's voice. The corners of Xiao Wu's mouth still carried a satisfied smile. Being able to help third brother escape, even death, was something she was willing to face. No, Xiao Wu, who on earth is pulling strings behind the scenes, who is plotting against me? Tang San's purple demon eye operated at full capacity, blood and tears beginning to seep from his eyes, yet he was still searching. Little San, what's wrong? Xiao Wu, Da Ming, and Ming couldn't hear Tang San's voice, but Tang Hao could hear it. Originally, seeing Xiao Wu begin her sacrifice to Tang San, Tang Hao was both excited and relieved. He seemed to see the scene back then when Yin sacrificed herself to him. However, just like Tang San, he had long realized that facing a desperate situation, sacrifice was perhaps the only path to snatch a glimmer of survival. When Xiao Wu truly sacrificed herself to Tang San, and even dragged in the two 100,000-year spirit beasts Titan Giant Ape and Sky Azure Bull Python, Tang Hao recognized Xiao Wu as his daughter-in-law from the bottom of his heart. Just ask across the entire Douluo continent, who else could bring a dowry of 3 100,000-year spirit rings and spirit bones? But not long after the sacrifice began, Tang San's behavior greatly puzzled Tang Hao. Tang San neither wholeheartedly digested the energy of the sacrifice nor grieved over Xiao Wu's sacrifice, but instead, anger. Over there, get out here. Finally, Tang San captured the destination of the sacrificial energy. Just as Tang San focused on it, the powerful barrier formed by the sacrifice of the 3 100,000-year spirit beasts also shifted toward the direction Tang San was observing. The crazed Bibi Dong was likewise startled, then looked toward that position. Who is he? This doubt appeared in everyone's hearts. A person who appeared out of nowhere was actually accepting the sacrifice of 3 100,000-year spirit beasts. Su Chen, sorry, I gladly accept. God realm. Asura god. Ha ha ha, good, very good. Betrayer dog Tang San, accept the reward from your Asura grandfather. Chapter 196, The Collapsing Tang San and the Upright, Law-Abiding Good God King. The reason why Xiao Wu, the Titan Giant Ape, and the Sky Azure Bull Python could all make a mistake about who they were sacrificing to was, of course, the handiwork of the Asura god. Asura god, don't underestimate me just because I'm injured. Furthermore, if the Asura god hadn't intentionally let Tang San know, Tang San wouldn't even have realized that he wasn't the target of the sacrifice until the sacrifice was over. But if Tang San knew nothing at all, where would the Asura god's amusement come from? I am going to kill you, I must kill you. Earlier it was Bibi Dong who was going crazy, but now the person going crazy had changed to Tang San. He originally could have reaped the fisherman's profit, obtaining 3 100,000-year spirit rings at once, and even managed to piss Bibi Dong off to half-death. But now, someone actually dared to snatch his prey midway, and what was snatched was something as unimaginably precious as 100,000-year spirit rings. What drove Tang San even crazier was that Xiao Wu's spirit ring was sacrificed to this person who had popped out of nowhere. If Xiao Wu were sacrificed to Tang San, after he became a god, he would still be able to resurrect Xiao Wu. Even though in that case, after Xiao Wu was resurrected, she could at most only become a spirit attendant, lacking even the qualifications to act as a scabbard, at least she could still be with him. But now Xiao Wu's spirit ring had gone to someone else. Even if he became a god, it would be difficult for him to resurrect Xiao Wu. What use would it be even if he killed this person? Xiao Wu was very likely to leave him completely, causing Tang San to feel a heart-wrenching pain. Tang San frantically rushed outside the sacrificial barrier, directly abandoning the use of his blue-silver grass spirit, and instead summoned the clear sky hammer spirit, smashing against the barrier with hammer after hammer. The web of his hand was bleeding profusely, and his arms were sore from the recoil force, but Tang San acted as if he didn't notice at all. But unfortunately, his clear sky hammer falling onto the barrier couldn't even cause the slightest tremor. After all, even Bibi Dong couldn't break the sacrificial barrier in a short time, let alone Tang San. Furthermore, the barrier surrounding Su Chen was formed by the simultaneous sacrifice of 3 100,000-year spirit beasts. Bibi Dong, of course, was also very furious. Her prey was snatched away, and what's more, it was snatched away twice. Was she naturally destined to work for others for nothing and make wedding dresses for others? But seeing Tang San going crazy and listening to Tang San's roar, the unwillingness and anger in Bibi Dong's heart miraculously decreased a little. After all, Su Chen didn't snatch the spirit ring from her hands. On the contrary, if Su Chen hadn't arrived, Bibi Dong could only have watched helplessly as Tang San vainly obtained 3 100,000-year spirit rings. Now that she didn't get them and Tang San didn't get them either, Bibi Dong actually felt a trace of gratification. Of course, this trace of gratification could not offset Bibi Dong's depression and anger. She had regarded these 3 100,000-year spirit rings as something already in her bag. No matter who snatched them away, she could not tolerate it. Go, break this barrier together with me. Bibi Dong began to attack the sacrificial barrier in another area once again. Each and every one of her subordinates revealed looks of fatigue, and some were even coughing up fresh blood. However, Bibi Dong did not give them a chance to catch their breath. Even while vomiting blood, the elders did not dare to voice any objections. Little San. Tang Hao grabbed Tang San's bloody right hand. Tang San's immense opportunity being snatched away naturally left Tang Hao deeply unwilling as well. Compared to Tang San, Tang Hao felt that he was actually quite lucky. At least back then when Spirit Hall besieged him, Qian successfully sacrificed herself to him instead of being snatched away by someone else. But the matter was already a foregone conclusion. Taking advantage of the fact that Bibi Dong's attention was entirely focused on this suddenly emerged person, escaping now was the best choice. No, father, I cannot let this guy take away Xiao Wu's spirit ring, I cannot. Tang San, I've been cuckolded, I've really been cuckolded. Xiao Wu's spirit ring being used and toyed with by another man made Tang San feel a heavy weight on his head. The anger Tang San felt from being cuckolded far exceeded that of the god of evil and goddess of kindness when their inheritor had a portion taken away by the Asura god. Let's go, little San. As long as we can keep our lives, everything still has a chance to be redeemed. Just as Tang Hao was still trying to persuade Tang San, Tang Xiao suddenly said, "Look, everyone, isn't that person's spirit the sword that separated from grandfather's body?" Blocked by 3 layers of barriers, the scene inside was somewhat blurry. And Tang San had only been solely focused on hammering the barrier, failing to carefully observe the situation inside. Hearing Tang Xiao say this, Tang San immediately used his purple demon eye to take a close look at the spirit currently absorbing the spirit ring. The Asura demon sword, that's right, it's the Asura demon sword. Even when Tang Hao bitterly persuaded him, Tang San hadn't stopped swinging his giant hammer, but now he slowly stopped on his own. At this moment, Tang San suffered yet another bolt from the blue. It turned out that this person who had popped out of nowhere hadn't just cuckolded him out of his spirit ring, but had also cuckolded him out of his past life's divine artifact. It must be the Asura god. Tang San felt that he had guessed the truth. He had rejected the god position of the Asura god, and Tang Chen had failed in inheriting it, so the Asura god had simply gone out and found a new inheritor. No, could the Asura god be this perfunctory? Lord Asura god, please don't. I was wrong. It was me who didn't know what was good for me and rejected your favor. Please do not hand over the god position legacy to this person is not worthy of receiving your legacy. Please give me another chance, I promise, I will do everything in my power to complete your divine trial. Tang San knelt on the ground, crying and pleading continuously toward Su Chen's Asura demon sword spirit. Tang San truly regretted it now. If the Asura god had casually found just anyone to be an inheritor, although Tang San would have found it unreasonable, he wouldn't have reacted like this. But this person had just obtained the legacy of the Asura god and immediately ran over to snatch his spirit ring. If anyone claimed there was no interference from the Asura god in this, Tang San wouldn't believe it no matter what. In his past life, he was accustomed to meddling in the affairs of the lower realm and knew all the ins and outs of it. This was definitely the Asura god's retaliation against him. What Tang San regretted wasn't rejecting the legacy of the Asura god, but rather that the Asura god had seen through him. He could never have imagined that the dignified Asura god would be so petty. Just because he rejected the Asura god's legacy, the god was actually retaliating against a mere spirit master of the lower realm like him. Did the Asura god no longer care about any rules at all? Did he have no shame left whatsoever? God realm. The joys and sorrows of people are not the same. The god of destruction was in an extremely tightly strung state. If he didn't hold it together, he was afraid he would burst out laughing. The Asura god retaliated against Tang San and even gave Tang San's rabbit wife's spirit ring to Su Chen. Was there any comedy more delightful than this? The Asura god's methods were truly ruthless. His revenge didn't even wait overnight. 10 years. He couldn't even endure a single day. The Asura god was utterly crushing his heart and spirit, making a hero deal with a hero, and a stout fellow deal with a stout fellow. As expected, when dealing with Tang San, having the Asura god do it yielded exceptionally prominent results. Destruction. Are you not going to help Tang San? If you continue to mind the rules of the god realm and refuse to act, Tang San is going to be played to ruin by the Asura god. Inside Destruction Castle, the god of evil and goddess of kindness were still here, watching this scene happening on Douluo continent together with the god of destruction. In the eyes of the god of evil, the god of destruction's expression, which looked like he was holding back a laugh or perhaps holding back anger, was a coexistence of rage and restraint. The god of destruction truly was the god king in the god realm who most strictly observed the rules. Even when the inheritor he favored encountered such trouble, he was still able to exercise restraint and not violate the rules of the god realm. The god of evil and goddess of kindness inevitably felt somewhat ashamed. Compared with the god of destruction, they truly could not be considered upright and law-abiding good god kings. Chapter 197, Has Qian become a scabbard? Destruction. If you don't want to act against the rules of the god realm yourself, I can also step in. The god of evil thought it through very well. If he could pay off the favor he owed the god of destruction right now, he would be completely free of debts and could roam around freely after passing down his god position. Hearing this, the selfless Lord God King of Destruction completely lost his composure. No need, this is also a test for Tang San. If he can't even endure this small setback, he is not worthy of receiving my legacy. You are still as stern as ever. The god of evil shook his head. He was just saying that, he had never intended to pay off the god of destruction's favor so easily. However, the god realm needs someone like you. If everyone were as unbridled as Asura, the rules of the god realm would become a mere formality. In fact, purely speaking of the Asura god's scheme against Tang San, the god of evil would only applaud. After observing Tang San, the god of evil did not have a very good impression of him. Especially compared to Su Chen, whom he had chosen, he fell far short. Sigh, having an overly outstanding inheritor also had its downsides. There were simply too many people coveting him. Because he didn't watch him closely for just a moment, that son of a bitch Asura god forcibly snatched away a portion of the inheritor. Absorbing 3 100,000-year spirit rings consecutively, the conflict between the Asura demon sword and our god position legacies will likely manifest immediately. Destruction, do you have absolute certainty to resolve it? The goddess of kindness asked with some worry. No matter, everything is in my hands. The god of destruction was extremely steady. If he wasn't certain, he wouldn't just watch without stopping it. Lower realm. Su Chen also sensed that the Asura god's legacy was conflicting with the two existing god king legacies. Completely different powers began to clash. Inside Su Chen's body. At first, this clash wasn't very intense, but as the sacrifice of the 3 100,000-year spirit beasts proceeded, this conflict spread rapidly. Was the Asura god simply making me take revenge on Tang San, or did he genuinely want to pass down his god position legacy to me? Su Chen was somewhat uncertain in his heart. The conflict between the God-King legacies was not something he could resolve on his own, so he inevitably harbored suspicions about the Asura god's motives. At this moment, Su Chen heard a coughing voice. Ahem, don't panic. Since this seat has chosen you as this seat's inheritor, I won't let you die just like that. Since you bear the god positions of 3 god kings all at once, you naturally cannot withstand it. Finding a scabbard for the Asura sword will greatly reduce this conflict. Are you the Asura god? Su Chen tried asking. Ahem, cough tilde. The Asura god coughed as if he wanted to cough his lungs out. That's right, it is this seat. Rest assured and accept the spirit ring, this seat will take responsibility for everything. How should he put it? If regarded as an enemy, the Asura god was naturally a thorny and shameless opponent. But if one were the Asura god's inheritor, the feeling was actually quite good. The Asura god truly doted on his inheritor like a mother hen protecting her chicks. Even if you died, he would find a way to resurrect you. However, upon hearing these words from the Asura god, Su Chen was still somewhat curious. A scabbard. Of course he knew what scabbard the Asura god was talking about. In his past life, Tang San was able to inherit the Asura god position while already possessing the sea god legacy, and the Xiaowu branded scabbard arranged for him by the Asura god was crucial. Now the Asura god was likewise going to find a scabbard for Su Chen, only he didn't know who the scabbard he mentioned was. Xiaowu had already sacrificed herself, and without the yearning heartbroken red to protect her soul, she was clearly unqualified to act as a scabbard. Could it be that he was going to drag that Rakshasa god's inheritor from outside the barrier over to act as his scabbard? Bibi Dong, that lunatic. If she were to act as a scabbard, Su Chen worried she would contaminate the Asura demon sword. That's right, a scabbard. As the Asura god's words fell, the blue-silver grass pattern on Su Chen's sleeve flickered and transformed into a human shape, appearing before him. Yin. The scabbard the Asura god spoke of was Yin. After turning Yin into a spirit tool, Su Chen had grown accustomed to carrying her close to his body, treating her as a decoration on his clothes. He really hadn't expected that the scabbard mentioned by the Asura god was Yin. You certainly have some tricks up your sleeve. This spirit beast was modified into an artifact by you, yet she still retains her vitality. There could be no more suitable scabbard than her. Between scabbards, if they were placed together for the Asura god to choose, he would definitely choose Yin rather than Xiaowu. Now that Yin was already a spirit tool, using her as the scabbard for the Asura demon sword could be considered putting her to proper use. Yin. ×2. Mom. After Yin transformed into human form, all 3 members of the Tang clan were dumbfounded. Even though Yin was now wrapped in tight liquid armor, Tang Hao quickly recognized her. Why would Yin be here? How did she appear? And why did she become like this? Tang Hao's mind was full of questions. The process of Yin transforming from the blue-silver grass decoration on Su Chen's body into human form was relatively covert, and with 3 layers of barriers blocking the way, it was normal that Tang Hao didn't see the process of her transformation. But Tang San had kept the purple demon eye activated all along, capturing the traces of Yin's transformation. Dad, could Mom have been stolen by this person? Tang San had originally thought that Su Chen was just an inheritor randomly chosen by the Asura god in a fit of anger, but Yin's sudden appearance made Tang San change this thought. Could it be that from the very beginning, this person secretly sneaked into the cave and stole Mom away? Tang San had previously believed that there was a high probability Yin had been found and taken out of the cave by people from Spirit Hall, and he was unclear whether Yin was dead or alive. Yet judging from how surprised Bibi Dong was at this person's appearance, this person shouldn't be from Spirit Hall. For a moment, Tang San's mind was in complete chaos. Could all his guesses all along have been wrong? Was the person who changed all the events after his rebirth not Spirit Hall, but this person? Or perhaps it wasn't just Spirit Hall, and someone else was also plotting against him. Bang bang tilde bastard, return Yin to me. Yin, I am Tang Hao. Answer me quickly. How much Tang San thought of in this brief instant, Tang Hao did not know, nor did he want to know. Just like Tang San earlier, now it was Tang Hao's turn to take out the clear sky hammer and frantically smash fiercely toward the sacrificial barrier. He had just been trying to comfort little San, but little did he expect that it wasn't just little San who had been cuckolded, but him as well. Moreover, although Xiao Wu was Tang San's wife, that was a matter from their past life. In this life, the two of them had not yet become husband and wife. On the other hand, Yin was truly Tang Hao's wife, yet now she was by someone else's side. How could Tang Hao not go crazy? Furthermore, Yin had transformed from the gentle woman in his memories into such a hot, metallic armored figure wearing tight clothing. Tang Hao's heart was bleeding. What on earth did this guy do to Yin? He transformed his Yin into such an unrecognizable appearance. Tang Hao's shouts rang out one after another, but Yin still showed no reaction whatsoever. Dad, I will rescue Mom together with you. Tang San treated the wound on his right hand and also waved the clear sky hammer together with Tang Hao. Big hammers and small hammers smashed together. Those who knew would say this was the Stardow Great Forest, while those who didn't would think this was a blacksmith's shop. On the other side of the barrier, Bibi Dong still hadn't given up either. The wound on her shoulder was still bleeding, and she continuously attacked the barrier with several injured and bleeding Spirit Hall elders. Especially after seeing Su Chen's Asura demon sword spirit, Bibi Dong increased the strength of her attacks by a few notches. It was this sword that had injured her. As if injuring her wasn't enough, it had now run back to snatch spirit rings. In all the years she, Bibi Dong, had been insane, she had never seen such an arrogant person. Chapter 198, Tang Hao's head feels heavy. That fellow Asura actually has some tricks up his sleeve. If he truly dares to disregard Su Chen's life and death, we won't just beat him up and call it a day. The god of evil and the goddess of kindness witnessed the Asura god's methods. Finding a scabbard for the Asura demon sword to block the conflict between god position legacies was indeed a method. It seemed that the Asura god was not driven by a momentary impulse of rivalry, but truly wanted to pass on the god position legacy to Su Chen. While this made the god of evil and the goddess of kindness heave a sigh of relief, it also left them feeling somewhat sour inside. The god of destruction, however, was not very surprised. In his past life, when the Asura god passed his god position to Tang San, he did it the exact same way. Now, it was merely someone else acting as the scabbard. The only thing the god of destruction found interesting was the choice of scabbard the god of destruction chose for Su Chen. The Asura god actually treated Yin as Su Chen's scabbard, and even did so right in front of Tang Hao and Tang San. Even if the god of destruction racked his brains, it couldn't compare to the Asura god's flash of insight. At the very least, the god of destruction had never thought of operating it this way before. Asura's method can only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. Moreover, the conflicts between god-king legacies are not so easily resolved. As your divine trials deepen, the conflict will erupt sooner or later. The legacies of the god of evil and the goddess of kindness were incomparable to the sea god. Even with Yin acting as a scabbard to isolate them, the Asura god's legacy, which was only indirectly accepted by Su Chen, would still conflict with the other two legacies. It was just that the intensity of this conflict would be somewhat smaller, and its eruption would be delayed. However, this was a good thing for the god of destruction. When he stepped in to help Su Chen resolve the god position conflict, he would save a lot of effort. I will still have to trouble you. The god of evil could not be said to be very happy. Although the Asura god was prepared and had prepared a scabbard for Su Chen, the favor he owed the god of destruction was still unavoidable. Douluo continent. After fiercely attacking the sacrificial barrier for a while longer, Tang Hao and Tang San could no longer swing the clear sky hammer. They could only stare fixedly at Yin inside the barrier, as well as the Asura demon sword spirit. Hao, little San, I know how you feel inside, but we should leave. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave. Although Tang Xiao also had some lingering affection for Yin, it was in the past after all. He was still calmer than Tang Hao and Tang San. Right now, Su Chen had diverted Bibi Dong's attention. If the barrier ended, or if Bibi Dong realized there was no hope of breaking the barrier, she might just take her anger out on them. Tang Hao still stared fixedly at the barrier without moving. Especially after Yin was chosen by the Asura god as the scabbard for the Asura demon sword, Yin pressed closely against Su Chen's back. She was bearing the Asura god's legacy for Su Chen, causing the impending legacy conflict to temporarily subside. But paired with Yin's graceful figure outlined by the tight metal, it looked ambiguous no matter how one looked at it. Tang Hao's eyes were practically bulging out with blood, and his teeth were almost bitten to pieces. That was his Yin, the Yin he had missed day and night and searched for several years. When they finally met, it turned out to be such a scene. Tang Hao felt as if a green light was shrouding his head, and the top of his head also felt somewhat heavy. "Little San, Uncle knows you are more sober than A Hao. You should know what is the right thing to do now, right?" Tang Xiao's words allowed Tang San to break free slightly from his various angry, distorted, and manic emotions. Xiao Wu's sacrifice was obviously unstoppable now. He was destined to miss out on Xiao Wu's spirit ring. Continuing to delay would mean a slim chance of survival. Leaving early, inheriting the goddess of life's god position sooner, and capturing the bastard who stole his Xiao Wu might still allow him to strip away Xiao Wu's spirit ring and resurrect her. With the abilities of the goddess of life, achieving this was not impossible. "Dad, let's go." Tang San forcefully pulled Tang Hao's only remaining hand. The experiences of 3 lifetimes allowed Tang San to be more ruthless than Tang Hao and decisively make a choice. "Dad, we will definitely save Mom back." "Definitely." Tang Hao was pulled by Tang San for a few steps before he squeezed a blood-stained word from between his teeth. "Go." Yin being taken in by someone else and acting so intimately was undoubtedly an extreme humiliation for Tang Hao. He wished that back then, after Yin died, she hadn't turned back into blue-silver grass, or that Yin had simply died in that dark, damp cave. In that case, heartbroken as he would be, he wouldn't have had to endure such humiliation. Your Majesty Supreme Pontiff, this barrier is too sturdy. Can we stop?" Although Bibi Dong was also injured, she lasted longer than the father and son duo of Tang Hao and Tang San, and was still continuously attacking the barrier with her spider spikes. "Shut up. Are you trying to rebel?" Having suffered consecutive blows, Bibi Dong's mental state had become increasingly abnormal. The rational advice from the elders fell upon Bibi Dong's ears as questioning her decisions. "Your subordinates wouldn't dare, it's just..." Before Devil Bear Douluo could finish his sentence, Bibi Dong's spider spike had already reached in front of him. Huff tilde. The death spider spike pierced into Devil Bear Douluo's body with almost no resistance. If the pierced position had deviated even slightly, Devil Bear Douluo might well have fallen right then and there. "If you dare talk nonsense again, I will kill you." In the previous battle, Devil Bear Douluo was the one who bore the most damage and also the one with the most severe injuries. The reason he advised Bibi Dong was not only due to rational analysis, but also because he truly could not hold on any longer. Who would have thought that instead of listening to his suggestion, Bibi Dong directly gave him a spider spike strike. When Bibi Dong retracted her spider spike, Devil Bear Douluo collapsed with a loud crash. "Get up. If you play dead again, I'll make you truly die." Bibi Dong still refused to let the matter rest, viewing Devil Bear Douluo's collapse as continued rebellion against her. Looking at Devil Bear Douluo's miserable appearance, how could the other 3 elders and the few Supreme Pontiff Palace Knights who survived the recent battle not feel a sense of shared sorrow? They had fought tooth and nail against a 100,000-year-old spirit beast just because of an order from Bibi Dong. Even if Bibi Dong failed to obtain the 100,000-year-old spirit ring, that was not their fault. Even if they lacked great contributions, they at least had hard work and toil to show for it. Not only did Bibi Dong not give them the slightest reward, but she actually struck ruthlessly out of nowhere. How could this not chill her subordinates' hearts? "Your Majesty Supreme Pontiff, Devil Bear he." Ghost Leopard Douluo had coordinated with Devil Bear Douluo several times and had the deepest friendship with him. Seeing this, he wanted to put in a good word for Devil Bear Douluo. As a result, before he could finish his sentence, Bibi Dong's icy gaze swept over. "Do you also want to defy my orders? Your subordinate." Cold sweat broke out all over Ghost Leopard Douluo. Bibi Dong's gaze, filled with violence and killing intent, chilled Ghost Leopard Douluo from head to toe. Bibi Dong, what kind of madness are you acting out against these backbone subjects of Spirit Hall again? At this moment, a voice that Bibi Dong detested immensely rang out. Holy light flew in from afar, and amidst the holy light, Qian Runshui, looking like a truly descended angel, slowly descended. Elder Devil Bear, who injured you to this state? Upon landing and seeing Devil Bear Douluo lying in a pool of blood, Qian Runshui was greatly alarmed. Chapter 199, Mother and daughter turn against each other, Bibi Dong goes crazy. Qian Runshui rushed over not because she heard the explosion here like Bibi Dong did, but because of Su Chen. Su Chen was absorbing 3 100,000-year spirit rings simultaneously, and the Asura god legacy was also transferred into the scabbard, making the aura of a deity very obvious. Qian Runshui sensed the aura of the deity and knew that Bibi Dong had come to the Star Do Great Forest, so she immediately flew over. She had thought Bibi Dong had become a god, but upon arriving, she saw that Bibi Dong was merely flying into an impotent rage. Qian Runshui, I have tolerated you for a long time. As soon as Qian Runshui arrived, she spoke in a sarcastic manner, which was nothing less than adding fuel to the fire for Bibi Dong, who was already burning with anger. Oh, is this not your Majesty the Supreme Pontiff? You mobilized such a large force, and I thought you were going to do something major. All 4 elders were injured, and these loyal knights suffered heavy casualties. How do you even have the nerve to lose your temper? Over the years in the Spirit Hall, Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong had fought each other with great enthusiasm, finding a lot of amusement in it. This time, Bibi Dong suffered such heavy losses, which was undoubtedly a golden opportunity delivered right to her doorstep. Such a supreme pontiff who could accomplish nothing and only knew how to lose her temper could easily be replaced. Elder Devil Bear, hold on for a moment. I will soon take you back to the Spirit Hall for treatment. Qian Runshui exerted the skills she had honed while serving as a wise crown prince in Heaven Do City, crouching beside Devil Bear Douluo and covering his wounds with the angel's holy light. Qian Runshui's angel's holy light had rather ordinary healing capabilities for others, but the power of light and warmth contained within it would make Devil Bear Douluo feel much more comfortable. Moreover, the holy light also purged the power of death contained within Bibi Dong's death spider sting. Although the wound did not heal, Devil Bear Douluo's condition recovered significantly. Young lord, you have lowered yourself to treat this subordinate. From now on, this subordinate's life belongs to you. As soon as Devil Bear Douluo recovered a bit, he knelt on one knee before Qian Runshui to express his allegiance. He had also thrown caution to the wind, directly switching his allegiance right in front of Bibi Dong. It was truly because Bibi Dong's previous actions were too disheartening. How could such a supreme pontiff keep her subordinates loyal? Devil Bear Douluo, you exaggerate. You are much older than I am and a veteran of the Spirit Hall. I should be the one asking you for guidance more often. Although Qian Runshui's capability was just so-so, displaying the demeanor of treating the virtuous and showing courtesy to scholars that she had honed while serving as the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire was still far superior to Bibi Dong. At the very least, Devil Bear Douluo was deeply moved. Rebellion. You are all rebelling. Bibi Dong was like a lit firecracker, instantly blowing her top. Not to mention that Bibi Dong was already consumed by fury right now. Even under normal circumstances, she would never let it rest if an elder under her command turned to swear allegiance to Qian Runshui. Instantly, Bibi Dong's death spider sting pierced toward Devil Bear Douluo once more. However, this time, her death spider sting did not hit its mark. Bibi Dong, repeatedly striking the elders of the Spirit Hall with such heavy hands, how can you call yourself a supreme pontiff? Qian Runshui blocked Bibi Dong's spider sting with the sword of holiness. Only then did she notice the wound piercing right through Bibi Dong's shoulder from front to back. Bibi Dong's strength was still greater than Qian Runshui's. Although Qian Runshui's angel divine trial had reached its final stage, and her realm had also reached titled Douluo, there was still a considerable gap between her and Bibi Dong. But Bibi Dong's condition was very poor right now, and the wound left by the Asura demon sword on her shoulder severely impaired her combat power. Moreover, she had first fought with the Titan Giant Ape and Sky Azure Bull Python for a long time, and then recklessly attacked the unbreakable sacrificial barrier, consuming more than half of her spirit power. It could be said that if she were to fight Qian Runshui now, the probability of her losing was far greater than the probability of winning. But how could Bibi Dong care about any of this? She was never a rational person to begin with. Qian Runshui, you are forcing me to teach you a lesson. A spirit master with an angel martial soul who had obtained the angel god legacy held great temptation for the Rakshasa god. If Bibi Dong could treat Qian Runshui the way she treated Qian Xunji, her Rakshasa divine trial might have already been completed. However, Bibi Dong had not yet lost her mind to that extent. No matter what, Qian Runshui was her daughter, and no matter how much Bibi Dong loathed and hated her, she could not bring herself to kill her. But right now, Bibi Dong, who had reached the height of fury, even if she wouldn't kill Qian Runshui, still wanted to teach her a profound lesson. Unfortunately, Qian Runshui was no longer what she used to be, and Bibi Dong herself was also no longer what she used to be. Not only did she fail to subdue Qian Runshui, but she even showed a tendency of being suppressed. Ghost Leopard, go kill Devil Bear for me. If the anger meter were a pressure cooker, Bibi Dong would have blown her top countless times by now. She wanted to use Devil Bear Douluo's life to let everyone know the consequences of betraying her. The three elders immediately gathered around Devil Bear Douluo. However, they were not going to kill Devil Bear Douluo. Instead, they supported him and said to Qian Runshui, who had easily blocked Bibi Dong's offensive, "Young lord, we subordinates are willing to follow your every command." They had all witnessed Devil Bear Douluo's plight, and it was hard not to feel a sense of shared grief. If Bibi Dong were still as she used to be, possessing an overwhelming advantage over Qian Runshui, they would not dare commit such a suicidal act right in her presence. But watching Qian Runshui rise and seeing that Bibi Dong could no longer maintain an overwhelming advantage, Ghost Leopard Douluo and the others all made the same decision as Devil Bear Douluo. The defection of all her subordinates dealt a heavy blow to Bibi Dong, but it also drove her even more insane. Rakshasa divine force overflowed from her body, and the terrifying, evil aura made Bibi Dong look like an evil spirit crawling out of hell. Qian Runshui's expression also turned solemn. Brilliant light radiated from her body, contending evenly with Bibi Dong's Rakshasa god aura. Angelic divine force and Rakshasa divine force were inherently incompatible like water and fire, destined to clash fiercely like needles against awns. Stimulated by Bibi Dong's Rakshasa divine force, Qian Runshui's angel god legacy also became active. What a lively scene. One exits the stage and another enters. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. "Su, Sect Master," Qian Runshui exclaimed. The person speaking was none other than Su Chen. After obtaining the scabbard, his speed in absorbing spirit rings had immediately accelerated greatly, and the sacrifice had already concluded. As soon as Qian Runshui had arrived here, she was busy winning over the injured Devil Bear Douluo, while also being obstructed by Bibi Dong and hindered by the three-layered barrier. Although she was curious about what was inside the barrier, she had not realized it was Su Chen. Until now, Qian Runshui finally realized that the person inside the barrier was her future immediate superior. Bibi Dong abruptly turned her head, glaring fiercely at Su Chen. Then, she looked back at Qian Runshui. "Good, very good. You truly are my good daughter. The person who seized my spirit rings turns out to be your man as well." Bibi Dong was practically no different from being insane. This was the first time Qian Runshui had heard Bibi Dong acknowledge her identity as a daughter, and she had even called her a good daughter. But in this tone and expression, there was not a shred of maternal love to be seen, only hostility and malice. Qian Runshui had looked forward to Bibi Dong calling her daughter many times in the past, but definitely not under such circumstances. However, Qian Runshui's heart had long since grown cold. Aside from a slight stinging pain, she felt nothing else. At this moment, Su Chen raised his head slightly. More than a dozen figures rapidly flew over from the distance. Chapter 200. Bibi Dong's Total Isolation, the Strength of the Heaven Human Sect. "Sect Master, are you all right? Sect Master, we finally found you." The group of people flying from afar consisted of the elders of the Heaven Human Sect, the two surrendered spirit beasts, Bingdi and Snow Empress, as well as Du Guyan and Yi Lingling. However, Du Guyan and Yi Lingling were brought along by Bingdi and Snow Empress. Otherwise, given their strength, even with the aid of a flight soul tool, it would have been impossible to keep up with the speed of a group of titled Douluo. Su Chen waved his hand. No need to be nervous, I am fine. Su Chen had left the Heaven Human sect too hastily and hadn't left a single word. The elders only saw a bloody light fly out of the sect master's hall, and when they checked the sect master's hall, Su Chen was already gone. This made Du Gubo extremely anxious. He was counting on thoroughly holding onto Su Chen's coattails so that he could continue having a backing even after going to the God realm. If anything happened to Su Chen, his god position might very well go down the drain. He was able to obtain the Poison God's legacy in the first place because the God of Thunder wanted him to better protect Su Chen. Now, if he couldn't even perform such a minor guarding duty, it would already be a blessing if Lord Thunder didn't strike him down with a bolt of divine lightning. How could he possibly still be allowed to become a god? Seeing that Su Chen was safe and sound, Du Gubo finally put down his hanging heart. Sect Master, this subordinate is incompetent and failed to protect you well. Please punish me, Sect Master. Although Su Chen did not meet with any accidents, Du Gubo took the blame at the very first moment. Please punish us, Sect Master. Seeing the Grand Elder act like this, the remaining elders quickly followed suit. Among them, Snake Lance Douluo was especially sincere. Ever since following Su Chen, he had served as a close personal guard. And he felt he bore a heavy responsibility. All of you, rise. You were absolved of your crimes. The flying speed of the Asura demon sword was not something these elders could keep up with. Being able to track him down so quickly was already quite impressive. Gui Mei, Yu Guan, you too, get over here. Such a massive crowd of titled Douluo rushing over dumbfounded the group from Spirit Hall. Aside from their Spirit Hall, where on earth did so many titled Douluo pop up from? Qian Runshui was the fastest person to regain her composure. These people were Su Chen's subordinates. What kind of person was Su Chen? He was someone backed by a God King. With just a casual wave of Lord God King's hand, it would be more than enough for the elders of the Heaven Human sect to enjoy endlessly. Enhancing their strength wasn't that a breeze. However, seeing that the three elders she had sent to the Heaven Human sect were also so respectful to Su Chen, Qian Runshui still felt a little sour inside. After all, these were all people from Spirit Hall. Once she became the Supreme Pontiff, they would be her people too. But upon second thought, she herself would have to become Su Chen's subordinate upon going to the God realm and perform well. Her subordinates pledging loyalty to Su Chen in advance wasn't something hard to accept either. But just because Qian Runshui could accept it didn't mean Bibi Dong could accept it. Snake Lance Douluo was easier to talk about. Bibi Dong had long since regarded him as Qian Runshui's direct, die-hard supporter. But Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo were her most loyal subordinates, and she had placed high hopes on them. Bibi Dong was already furious enough that Qian Runshui had hidden them goodness knows where, and she hadn't expected that upon seeing them again after several years, these two dog things actually seemed to have surrendered to someone else. However, Bibi Dong was currently nearing total isolation and urgently needed subordinates for support. Therefore, she only told Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo to crawl back, without issuing harsher reprimands or even resorting to violence. Supreme Pontiff, Ghost Douluo said with a hint of awkwardness. Having stayed in the Heaven Human sect for several years, Gui Mei was somewhat reluctant to leave, especially since his strength had grown significantly within the Heaven Human sect. Toiling bitterly for Bibi Dong in Spirit Hall, how could that compare to the comfort of the Heaven Human sect? Hearing Bibi Dong's words, although Gui Mei hesitated slightly, he did not return to her side as Bibi Dong had imagined. Chrysanthemum Douluo went without saying even more. Compared to Gui Mei, Chrysanthemum Douluo had accepted the fact of becoming a part of the Heaven Human sect much earlier. He hadn't even repaid Su Chen's kindness yet. How could he leave Su Chen to follow Bibi Dong once again? Seeing Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo act this way, Bibi Dong, whose anger meter had long reached max, climbed yet another level. If anger could materialize, Bibi Dong's entire body would probably be engulfed in flames right now. Are you two going to become traitors as well? Total isolation, what did it mean to be utterly abandoned by everyone? Seeing this, Qian Runshui actually smiled. The two elders should serve the sect master well in the heaven human sect, neither I nor grandfather will have any objections. She even added fuel to the fire. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Gui Mei both nodded slightly. Although Qian Runshui's orders no longer held much binding force over them, it still gave them a way out so they wouldn't be considered as betraying Spirit Hall. Clearly there were many people present, yet Bibi Dong felt as though she was the only person left between heaven and earth. Spirit Hall had hurt her, so Spirit Hall deserved to perish. The entire world had betrayed her, and the entire world had no reason to exist. If her strength were not insufficient, Bibi Dong would have wished to destroy the world right then and there. Runshui, your divine trial progress is quite good, huh? Haven't gotten your hands on the Supreme Pontiff's throne yet. Do you want me to help you? Sect Master flatters me. Compared to you, Xiaoshui's achievements are simply not worth mentioning. Moreover, Xiaoshui's slight progress is thanks entirely to the Sect Master's help. Qian Runshui's strength had improved a lot compared to when they last met, but her attitude had instead become even more respectful. As her divine trial grew increasingly profound, facing Su Chen made her feel that kind of pressure seemingly originating from the soul even more intensely. Originally, Qian Runshui had been somewhat smug due to her rapidly increasing strength, especially being able to confront Bibi Dong head-on. But upon seeing Su Chen, she immediately sobered up. Was this the suppression of a god-king status? She hadn't even become a god yet she, the inheritor of the angel god, already felt such pressure. The legacy of a single god-king of course wouldn't go this far. But who made Su Chen possess the god-position legacies of 3 god-kings simultaneously? Moreover, an embryonic conflict had just erupted among these 3 god-king legacies, causing the aura of the god-kings to leak out somewhat. This was also one of the reasons why Bibi Dong, who was almost going crazy, was so furious at Su Chen for cutting off and stealing 3 100,000-year spirit rings, yet didn't dare to make a move against Su Chen. While Qian Runshui shifting the focus of fire was certainly an important reason, the terrifying aura on Su Chen constantly sent warning signals to Bibi Dong's Rakshasa god legacy. Although the Rakshasa god dared to secretly tamper with the inheritor of the Asura god, when truly facing the Asura god, it would still be suppressed, not to mention that Su Chen possessed more than one god-king legacy. Instinct prevented Bibi Dong from daring to make a move against Su Chen. But if she didn't dare to hit Su Chen, couldn't she hit that unfilial daughter Qian Runshui? Taking advantage of the moment when Qian Runshui was talking with Su Chen, Bibi Dong gathered her strength and launched a direct strike at Qian Runshui. Bibi Dong understood very well that she had stumbled far too hard this time. Upon returning to Spirit City, Qian Runshui would not let her continue staying on the Supreme Pontiff's throne. She absolutely refused to allow herself to be driven from power in disgrace, especially being driven from power by Qian Runshui. I've been guarding against you for a long time. Qian Runshui had not withdrawn her true angel body all along. Even while talking with Su Chen, she had maintained her guard against Bibi Dong. And Bibi Dong really couldn't hold back from making a move after all. Chapter 201, Qian Douluo arrives, mother and daughter start fighting. Qian Runshui was somewhat prepared. The moment Bibi Dong erupted, she had already made defensive preparations. However, her defense missed. It was not because Bibi Dong suddenly withdrew her hand, nor because Bibi Dong's attack bypassed her defense, but rather because Bibi Dong's attack was blocked by another person. This person was not Su Chen. Without needing Su Chen to make a move, Yin raised her hand, and the metallic blue-silver grass turned into a sturdy shield, blocking the red light gushing out from the spirit bone on Bibi Dong's chest. Although Yin was powerful before, she still couldn't have accepted Bibi Dong's spirit bone attack with such effortless ease. She had become the scabbard for Su Chen to control the Asura demon sword. Although she was a tool person, a tool spirit tool, her own level had also gained a significant improvement. Qian Runshui was not far from Su Chen. Yin judged that Bibi Dong's attack was threatening and proactively blocked it. This sect master, who is this? Qian Runshui had never seen Yin before. When she previously saw Yin following by Su Chen's side, she had thought Yin was a role like Su Chen's maidservant or attendant. Especially matching Yin's tight-fitting metal armor, she looked even more like a concubine-type person. She never expected that such a seemingly delicate woman could actually block Bibi Dong's fully charged blow. Bibi Dong went completely crazy. Just entering the Stardo Great Forest and discovering the Titan Giant Ape and the others, Bibi Dong had felt that the god of luck was finally protecting her. But all the subsequent events proved that it was merely a flash in the pan before bad luck possessed her. Yin blocking her strike filled with hatred could be considered the final straw that broke the camel's back. The fierce Rakshasa god aura surged outwards, but Bibi Dong neither attacked Qian Runshui again nor retaliated against Su Chen or Yin. Instead, she charged towards those spirit hall elders who had defected to Qian Runshui. Crazy as Bibi Dong was, she wasn't completely stupid. She knew who was easy to bully and who was hard to deal with. Bibi Dong, how dare you? Qian Runshui became extremely anxious. With a flash of holy light, she flew towards Devil Bear Douluo and the others. Sect Master Du Guyan and Yi Lingling, who had been like transparent background characters ever since they arrived, finally found a chance to come to Su Chen's side. Yi Lingling even thoughtfully helped Su Chen smooth out the wrinkles on his clothes. Over the years, the two of them had basically served as Su Chen's maidservants, housekeepers, secretaries, and other roles, and they had long had clear expectations regarding their belonging. Su Chen pinched Yi Lingling's soft cheeks to show encouragement, and then watched the mother-daughter battle between Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui with great interest. As this supreme pontiff Bibi Dong? Nothing much. Du Gubo evaluated. Du Gubo had never held a favorable impression of Spirit Hall. The matter of being hunted down by Spirit Hall back then, he had not forgotten it at all. Even though Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo entered the Heaven Human sect and he beat the two of them up many times, it still wasn't completely wiped away. Bibi Dong, the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, used to be an existence that Du Gubo was completely unable to match. But now, looking at her, he felt somewhat disappointed. What disappointed him was not just Bibi Dong's strength, but even more so Bibi Dong's lunatic-like actions. How did such a person cultivate to become a titled Douluo? And even become the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall? Truly, the heavens are unfair. However, thinking of his encounters after meeting Su Chen, Du Gubo let go of it. Bibi Dong's strength fails to raise your interest, what about the person flying over right now? Su Chen said. Suddenly. You mean? Du Gubo carefully perceived the direction Su Chen was looking at. After another short moment, he finally sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching. Sect Master, could the person flying over be High Priest Qian Dalu of Spirit Hall? Back when Du Gubo had not yet made a name for himself, Qian Dalu was already a legendary figure in the Spirit Master's world. Correct. A trace of battle intent rose in Du Gubo's eyes. When Tang Chen appeared previously, he missed the opportunity to fight him. Later, after hearing Snake Lance Douluo talk about Tang Chen's strength, he felt it was somewhat undeserving of its reputation. Now that another powerhouse of equal renown to Tang Chen appeared, Du Gubo instantly became eager to try. After acquiring such formidable strength, he had not yet had the chance to fight a full-out battle. Having become so strong, yet with hardly anyone knowing about it, he always felt it was a bit of a pity. Of course, thoughts were just thoughts, whether it could be put into practice still required consulting Su Chen's opinion. Sect Master, would you grant permission for this subordinate to spar a bit with this King of the Sky? Alright, just keep it under control yourself. Du Gubo possessed the Poison God legacy, but Qian Dalu was also the guardian of the Angel God. Whether Du Gubo could win was indeed uncertain. Thank you, Sect Master, this subordinate will definitely not let you down. Stop. In the few words exchanged between Su Chen and Du Gubo, Qian Dalu had already arrived. Qian Dalu truly lived up to the title of King of the Sky, his speed was indeed very fast. It would have been even better if he could remember that he could fly this fast when fighting Tang Chen. Qian Dalu forcibly inserted himself into the battle between Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui. Xiaoshui, what happened? Why did you and your Bibi Dong start fighting? Qian Daoliu had just wanted to say, your mother, but after seeing Qian Runshui's gaze, he sighed inwardly and changed it to Bibi Dong. After Qian Runshui returned to Spirit Hall, although she and Bibi Dong engaged in secret struggles, with him holding down the fort in the middle, such direct conflicts had never occurred before. He had only looked away for a brief moment. How did they manage to start fighting? Seeing the wound on Bibi Dong's shoulder, Qian Daoliu was even more shocked inwardly. Could this have been caused by Xiaoshui? Is Xiaoshui this strong? Grandfather, stop trying to smooth things over and appease both sides. If you let her continue unchecked, this woman might just destroy Spirit Hall. Qian Runshui, I am the Supreme Pontiff. Bibi Dong's condition was extremely poor. After fighting for just this short while, the wound on her shoulder caused by the Asura demon sword lost control, and the bleeding speed suddenly accelerated. Bibi Dong, you won't be for much longer. Qian Runshui completely solidified her determination to completely seize the position of Supreme Pontiff upon returning to Spirit Hall. The aura that Bibi Dong had forcibly erupted suddenly weakened, and her whole body slumped to the ground. What a predestined disaster. Watching Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong tit for tat, treating each other as sworn enemies, Qian Daoliu wore a bitter expression on his face. How he wished that the mother-daughter pair of Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui could work together with one heart, but things always developed contrary to wishes. The ownership of the Supreme Pontiff's position can be discussed after we go back. Xiaoshui, won't you introduce this friend to me? Naturally, Qian Daoliu could not remain indifferent to such a large group of titled Douluo from the Heaven Human sect. The moment he sensed the auras of the crowd from the Heaven Human sect, Qian Daoliu had already guessed their origins. Aside from the Heaven Human sect frequently mentioned by Qian Runshui, what other force could have so many titled Douluo? Judging solely by numbers, they were not much weaker than Spirit Hall. No, it looked like Chrysanthemum Douluo, Ghost Douluo, and Snake Lance Douluo had all become people of the Heaven Human sect. Which side was stronger and which was weaker became even harder to tell. Such a prodigal daughter. Thinking of how Qian Runshui had actively allowed Chrysanthemum Douluo and the others to stay in the Heaven Human sect, the bitter expression on Qian Daoliu's face deepened even more. Qian Runshui reluctantly calmed her emotions somewhat and said, Grandfather, this is Su Chen, Sect Master Su, whom I mentioned to you before. Chapter 202, Going to Spirit City, is Teng Chen still not completely dead? Ever since Qian Daoliu arrived, Dugu Bo had been looking at him eagerly. Qian Daoliu naturally felt Dugu Bo's unusually fervent gaze. It was a kind of gaze that Qian Daoliu had not felt for many years. In fact, ever since letting Qingluan Douluo follow Qian Runshui on a trip to the Heaven Human sect, Qian Daoliu had paid special attention to the Heaven Human sect and also knew that the Grand Elder of the Heaven Human sect was Dugu Bo, who had once been hunted down by Spirit Hall. However, he still did not expect Dugu Bo to be able to grow to this extent. A person who had barely achieved a breakthrough in the titled Douluo realm could now actually make even him feel quite a bit of pressure. However, what Qian Daoliu paid even more attention to was Su Chen. Aside from Qian Runshui mentioning that Su Chen was the inheritor of the God King's legacy, Su Chen's own qi was enough for Qian Daoliu to take him seriously. Sect Master Su, you must be laughing at me. Spirit City is not far from here, why don't we go to Spirit City to rest for a while? The strength of the Heaven Human sect truly made Qian Daoliu somewhat surprised. He had learned from Qingluan Douluo how extraordinary the Heaven Human sect was, and also knew that the Heaven Human sect would definitely develop very quickly. But for the Heaven Human sect to catch up with Spirit Hall's foundation of over 10,000 years so quickly still made Qian Daoliu somewhat surprised. Unlike Qian Runshui, who only thought about becoming a god and cared little about Spirit Hall's subsequent development on Douluo continent. Qian Daoliu had served as the Supreme Pontiff for many years and had deep feelings for Spirit Hall. He did not want to see Spirit Hall truly be replaced. Of course, uncomfortable as Qian Daoliu felt inside, he had no intention of doing anything targeting the Heaven Human sect or Su Chen himself. Not to mention his own personality. Purely considering Su Chen's backers in the God realm, he wouldn't dare harbor any bad thoughts. Inviting Su Chen to Spirit Hall was firstly to resolve the conflict between Douluo and Spirit Hall, and secondly to understand Su Chen's character. Whether listening to Qian Runshui or hearing Qingluan Douluo's description, neither could compare to seeing it with one's own eyes. Naturally, that is acceptable. To Su Chen, the current Spirit Hall could no longer be considered a dragon's pool or tiger's den. Moreover, let alone now, even back when he had not yet founded the Heaven Human sect and didn't have all these elders around him, he wouldn't have worried about any danger in going to Spirit Hall. What a joke. What does it mean to have connections at the top? Destruction Divine Thunder could even strike the Asura god, so couldn't it strike a few titled Douluos? Xiaoshui, lead the way for Sect Master Su. Qian Daoliu hurriedly said to Qian Runshui. Sect Master, please follow Xiaoshui. Qian Runshui glanced at Bibi Dong, who was collapsed on the ground, and felt that Su Chen was still more important. Qian Daoliu sighed softly and said to the remaining Supreme Pontiff Palace Knights. Take the Bibi Dong along. He also knew that after today's direct conflict, the conflict between Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong had completely erupted, making it difficult even for him to reconcile them. That being the case, between Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong, Qian Daoliu would definitely stand on Qian Runshui's side. Furthermore, Qian Runshui's strength was sufficient, she would still be able to sit securely in the position of Supreme Pontiff. Master. At this moment, Yin handed 3 spirit bones to Su Chen. These were the spirit bones of Xiao Wu, the Titan Giant Ape, and the Sky Azure Bull Python, 100,000-year spirit bones, of which only a few could be found across the entire Douluo continent. Even Qian Daoliu and Qian Runshui couldn't help taking a couple of extra glances. Qian Runshui had the angel god set and did not need other spirit bones, but the other Spirit Hall elders were different, with a full 300,000-year spirit bones appearing before their eyes were practically glowing. Su Chen calmly put away the spirit bones. Qian Runshui didn't even need other spirit bones, let alone Su Chen. With 3 God King legacies on him, his only worry was having too much equipment to use up. Little San. After escaping from the Star-Do Great Forest, the Clear Sky Sect members fled all the way to a desolate and remote place before stopping. Tang Hao and Tang San, father and son, stood opposite each other in silence, their eyes filled only with exhausted anger and powerless sorrow. This time, both of them had suffered the agonizing loss of their beloved. Who said there was no true empathy in this world? Tang Hao and Tang San could understand each other's feelings very well. Hao, where should we go next? Grandfather cannot withstand any more torment, we must find a place to settle down. Grandfather. Tang Hao looked at Tang Xiao in surprise, or more accurately, looked at Tang Chen in Tang Xiao's embrace. Ever since the Asura demon sword detached from Tang Chen's body, both Tang Hao and Tang San felt that Tang Chen's very last trace of qi was gone, and he should be completely dead. Tang Xiao was still stubbornly holding Tang Chen, simply because he did not want to abandon his grandfather's remains. But hearing Tang Xiao say this, they discovered that Tang Chen actually wasn't completely dead yet, that trace of a faint qi still existed. How is great-grandfather still alive? Tang San couldn't help asking. What kind of words are those? As a great-grandson, do you actually hope your great-grandfather dies? Tang Xiao was extremely displeased with Tang San. Tang San had always been mysterious, clearly still young, he always habitually acted superior and always wanted to make decisions by himself. Ever since listening to Tang San's words, from going to the Heaven Human sect to going to the Star-Do Great Forest, they had never had a smooth time. Let alone being smooth, even being slightly peaceful was an extravagant hope. Now even Tang Chen had turned out like this, wasn't it all to help Tang San come to the Star-Do Great Forest to acquire a spirit ring, only to bump into Tang San's spirit beast wife? Instead of reflecting on his own faults, Tang San actually spoke such words. Uncle, I didn't mean that. Tang San hurriedly explained. Whether he secretly hoped Tang Chen would die right there was hard to say, but the reason he asked like that was because he genuinely found it strange. In his past life, when Tang Chen condensed the Asura blood sword and handed it to him, he had also consumed his remaining life. Let alone this lifetime, when Tang Chen condensed the Asura blood sword, he had already become skin and bones. How could he still be alive in this state? Just how tenacious was great-grandfather's vitality? The reason Tang Chen could be so tenacious was thanks to the Asura god's understanding of Tang San's filial piety. Since Tang San was so filial, he definitely had to be given the opportunity to be filial. Therefore, even though a mummified Tang Chen was used to condense the Asura demon sword to give to Su Chen, the Asura god still maintained Tang Chen's last remaining vitality. It could be said that Tang Chen's tiny bit of vitality was fiercely tenacious. As long as the Asura god wanted Tang San to continue practicing filial piety, Tang Chen wouldn't be able to draw his last breath. Big brother, little San has always been filial. It must have been an unintentional mistake, so stop generating life qi. Tang Hao had a belly full of fire himself, yet he still had to appease Tang Xiao. With the Clear Sky sect and Tang Chen turning out like this, he and his son indeed bore inescapable responsibility. Moreover, the Clear Sky sect now only had the two of them left. If they caused further friction, there really wouldn't be any hope left at all. Tang Xiao also understood this logic and could only suppress his anger. Then tell me, what should we do now? With grandfather's condition, even if we can't help him recover, at the very least we should find a healing spirit master to treat him, right? Maybe it can even let grandfather recover his consciousness. The current Tang Chen was simply a burden. If Tang Xiao hadn't kept carrying him along, Tang San would probably have forgotten him in the Star Do Great Forest long ago. Being asked like this by Tang Xiao, both Tang San and Tang Hao were somewhat dazed. Yeah, where else could they go? The three of them looked around in all directions, only feeling as though they had been abandoned by the entire world. If he could build a large ship crossing the ocean, Tang San even wanted to hide away to the Sun-Moon continent, and wait until after becoming a god for the Dragon King's return. Chapter 203, Interweaving Divine Lights, The Forest of Life Withers. This is Spirit City, Du Guyan said with some surprise. The situation in Spirit City was slightly beyond Su Chen's expectations. The biggest difference was that a divine light rose from the direction of Consecration Hall, enveloping the entire Spirit City. Qian Runshui explained. After I opened the Angel God Legacy, the more divine trials I passed, the richer the holy light emitted by the Angel Stone statue became. However, previously with Bibi Dong in Spirit City, the holy light was restricted only within the scope of Consecration Hall. Qian Douluo glanced at the carried Bibi Dong. For Xiao Shui's legacy to have such a change, we must thank Sect Master Su for his help. Before Qian Runshui, quite a few people from the Qian family had also opened the Angel God Divine Trials. Even though most of them failed to open the 9 trials of the Angel God, out of so many times, not once had it caused this kind of change in the Angel Stone statue. After much deliberation, Qian Daoliu concluded that the greatest possibility was that Su Chen had helped eliminate the hidden dangers buried within the Angel God Legacy. Upon entering Spirit City, Bibi Dong, whose aura was already weak, suddenly let out a cry of pain. Back when she was at the peak of her strength and had the Rakshasa God Legacy, the divine light of the Angel God could not yet illuminate the entire Spirit City. Now, perhaps the Angel God Legacy also felt like taking advantage of her illness to finish her off. Under the illumination of the holy light, Bibi Dong's condition became even worse. The Angel God and the Rakshasa God were inherently incompatible, yet they were crammed into the same place. The Angel's holy light had been unable to fully manifest, so a counterattack now was quite normal. Aside from Bibi Dong, everyone else in Spirit Hall felt completely refreshed bathing in the Angel's holy light, feeling as if they were soaking in a hot spring. However, Su Chen and the elders of the Heaven Human sect felt quite differently. The Angel's holy light was indeed filled with light and warmth. It was definitely a good thing. But the people of the Heaven Human sect basically all possessed inheritances of other god positions. Even if the divine trials obtained by most elders were not legacy trials that could grant god positions, they were at least genuine, dignified deities. No matter how good the holy light of the angel god was, the elders of the heaven-human sect felt some resistance while bathing in it and sensing the angel god's faith contained within. Especially Douluo and Snake Lance Douluo. Like Qian Runshui, they had also obtained legacy divine trials, except that the deities they inherited were lower in rank than the angel god. Two different lights rose from within Douluo and Snake Lance Douluo, and various other lights successively emerged from the bodies of the other elders. The angel's holy light, which had managed to cover the entire spirit city with much difficulty, was abruptly pushed aside quite a bit, and could now barely maintain a range of half of spirit city. Although the quality of the divine light from Douluo and the others was lacking, their quantity was high. Qian Daolu's eyes widened in shock. What was going on with the heaven-human sect? If there was nothing wrong with his eyes, these elders of the heaven-human sect all possessed inheritances from other deities, right? Could the heaven-human sect possibly be a subordinate unit of the god realm? Otherwise, how could they have inheritances from so many different deities? Qian Daolu's shock did not stop there. Because three other lights rose from Su Chen alone, instantly suppressing both the angel's holy light of Spirit City and the divine light emitted by outsiders like Douluo to the point where they were barely visible. Sect Master, you. Qian Runshui knew that Su Chen possessed God King legacies and that the status of a God King surpassed that of the angel god. But what did it mean for a single person to release three divine lights? Of the three divine lights rising from Su Chen, one was a blood-red divine light filled with a slaughtering and overbearing aura. One was a black divine light filled with an evil and ominous aura. Another gentle, pearlescent white divine light exuded a tranquil and auspicious aura. However, judging from their auras, the latter two divine lights should have been completely incompatible, yet they strangely combined to suppress the other blood-red divine light. From these three divine lights, Qian Runshui felt a might far surpassing her angel god legacy. Qian Runshui's gaze towards Su Chen was like looking at a monster. Could he simultaneously possess three god position legacies that surpassed the angel god? Ahem. Su Chen gave a light cough. First, the divine light of the Asura god retracted, followed by the divine light of the god of evil. In the end, only the divine light of the goddess of kindness remained permeating Spirit City. Sect Master is mighty. The elders of the heaven-human sect successively expressed their admiration. As expected of the sect master, he is truly amazing. What of Spirit City? What of the angel's holy light? Weren't they all casually suppressed by the sect master alone? God King. No, sect master, what kind of god position legacy do you actually possess? Qian Runshui couldn't help herself, almost directly calling Su Chen Lord God King. Of course it is the legacy of the goddess of kindness. Didn't I tell you before? Among the three God King legacies that Su Chen possessed, the legacy of the goddess of kindness was the most capable of making people feel close and adored. Bathing in the light of the goddess of kindness, although not as warm as bathing in the angel's holy light, could make one's body, mind, and even soul feel tranquil and auspicious, as if being gently caressed by a mother in a cradle. Qian Runshui had no such experience. Ever since she was little, let alone a gentle caress, Bibi Dong had never even spoken a slightly mild word to her. As for the lights of the god of evil and the Asura god, one made people fearful from the bottom of their hearts, while the other caused killing intent to surge in people's hearts. Neither looked like any good deity. Qian Runshui's mouth twitched. The remaining divine light indeed lived up to being kind, but what was up with the other two divine lights at the very beginning? If you say so, then so be it. The stronger Su Chen's strength and the deeper his background, the better it was for her as his future subordinate. She was just somewhat worried about whether the God King was truly the highest authority in the God realm. If there were supreme gods above them, would she accidentally stumble into enemy camp? The spirit masters of Spirit City really had their eyes open today. So many holy lights, let alone them, since ancient times on the Douluo continent, ever since its very creation, there had never been so many divine lights appearing simultaneously. Those who had bathed in all these kinds of divine lights felt warm for a moment, fearful the next, and then tranquil, causing their perceptions to nearly become disordered. Please, Sect Master Su, please. The holy light of their own angel god had been suppressed to the point of invisibility, yet Qian Dalu, the guardian, didn't dare to make a single sound, and still had to smilingly invite Su Chen in. Needless to say, the other elders and knights of Spirit Hall behind him all had expressions as if they had seen a ghost, doubting whether they were dreaming. God Realm. Destruction Castle. Aside from the god of destruction, the god of evil, and the goddess of kindness, the Asura god had also come. However, he did not come willingly. Instead, he was dragged over after the god of evil and the goddess of kindness broke into Asura temple. The dignified Asura god was severely injured and couldn't even control where he went. What else do you want? If you want to beat me up, just do it right here in Asura temple, saving me the trouble of running back. The Asura god acted completely fearless, remaining exceptionally calm. HMPH. The god of evil did not give the Asura god a single pleasant look, and was extremely rough when dragging the Asura god over. Calling you here is to tell you not to cause trouble for us or interfere with our legacy procedures for Su Chen. Before he finished speaking, a divine ability reported. Lord God King, for unknown reasons, nearly half of the forest of life has withered. Chapter 204, The Indecisive Qian Dalu, Dugu Bo challenges to a battle. Qian Runshui and Qian Dalu brought a party from the heaven-human sect back to the Spirit Hall, causing quite a commotion among the upper echelons of the Spirit Hall. It would be strange if they weren't surprised by the arrival of such a large group of titled Douluo from the heaven-human sect. However, they were even more surprised that Bibi Dong was carried back, and that elders like Devil Bear Douluo actually obeyed the young lord's every command. Anyone with a bit of insight guessed that the turning of the tides for the Spirit Hall was likely about to arrive. The best proof of this was that Qian Runshui intended to entertain Su Chen and his group in the Supreme Pontiff Palace. The Supreme Pontiff Palace was Bibi Dong's territory, and Qian Runshui wasn't just reaching her hand over anymore, she was directly seizing territory. Qian Daoliu had originally planned to entertain the heaven-human sect in the consecration hall, but Qian Runshui insisted on the Supreme Pontiff Palace. Qian Daoliu did not continue to insist. Now, aside from those who went to the heaven-human sect, the other elders in the Elder Palace had basically defected to Qian Runshui, so changing the position of Supreme Pontiff was only a matter of time. He just felt that airing dirty laundry in front of outsiders was somewhat shameful for the Spirit Hall. Runshui, it looks like I have to congratulate you in advance on succeeding to the position of Supreme Pontiff. How do you plan to deal with former Supreme Pontiff Bibi Dong? Su Chen didn't care whether Qian Daoliu felt that family scandals shouldn't be aired publicly and asked directly. Since he had come for this spectacle, he naturally couldn't miss it. Before Qian Runshui could speak, Qian Daoliu said, Bibi Dong suffered heavy injuries and is unable to shoulder the position of Supreme Pontiff. There is no talk of how to deal with her, it is merely passing down the position of Supreme Pontiff, which is a normal procedure. Qian Daoliu still wanted to complete the transfer of the Supreme Pontiff position more gently. Regardless of what outsiders or even the Spirit Hall's own people thought, at least they had to save face. Furthermore, Qian Daoliu kept in mind that Bibi Dong was Qian Runshui's mother, and he always hoped to leave some room for reconciliation between the two. Qian Runshui frowned, but she didn't say anything. She hadn't thought about how to handle Bibi Dong either. Normal handover. I wonder if Bibi Dong will think that way after her injuries heal, or perhaps you, High Priest, can make Bibi Dong willingly abdicate. Su Chen asked. This. Qian Daoliu had never thought about this question. Hearing Su Chen put it this way, Qian Daoliu's expression became somewhat conflicted. How could he possibly have such ability? If he had that capability, he wouldn't have been reduced to just watching the relationship between Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong steadily deteriorate until it reached an irrecoverable point. Many of his decisions were actually just buying time. On many matters, he did not hesitate to make concessions, or even pretend not to know. From when Qian Xunji locked up Bibi Dong in the secret chamber back then, to Bibi Dong killing Qian Xunji, Qian Daoliu had acted like a blind and deaf wooden figure. After Bibi Dong killed Qian Xunji, Qian Daoliu even tacitly approved and supported Bibi Dong in succeeding to the position of Supreme Pontiff. Before being locked in the secret chamber by Qian Xunji, Bibi Dong already wanted to elope with Yu Shaogang, so her feelings for the spirit hall could definitely not be considered very deep, let alone after being locked in the secret chamber. Anyone with a bit of a brain knew that Bibi Dong's feelings toward the spirit hall were by no means gratitude, but hatred. Condoning someone full of hatred for the spirit hall to be the supreme pontiff was, no matter how one looked at it, not something a normal person would do. Of course, one could also say that Qian Dalu pinned all his hopes on Qian Runshui. As long as Qian Runshui could become a god, everything could change. Yet regarding the Clear Sky sect matter, Qian Dalu similarly lacked any tough attitude. Qian Dalu tolerated others everywhere and made concessions everywhere, but it didn't exchange for any good results. Tolerating Bibi Dong resulted in Bibi Dong wanting to drag the spirit hall to its death. Tolerating the Clear Sky sect resulted in the Tang clan members directly destroying the spirit hall. Of course, by that time he had already used his life to open the angel god's ultimate legacy for Qian Runshui, so he couldn't see all this and wouldn't need to regret it. Qian Dalu might be a good person, but he definitely couldn't be considered a good supreme pontiff. He was just slightly better than Bibi Dong and Qian Xunji. Qian Dalu was speechless, but Qian Runshui woke up to the realization that Bibi Dong was a huge trouble. If left unattended, even if she became the supreme pontiff, it was possible that Bibi Dong would snatch it back once again. Counting on Grandpa. Over the years, Qian Runshui had seen through it. When dealing with matters between her and Bibi Dong, Qian Dalu was just like a lump of dough, completely unable to make up his mind. She had nothing to hide from Su Chen either. I will find a safe place for Bibi Dong to recuperate in peace. Even if her injuries heal, I will not let her endanger the development of the spirit hall. No. As if thinking of something, Qian Dalu hurriedly spoke out in objection. Wasn't what Qian Runshui doing just placing Bibi Dong under house arrest? She might even choose a secret chamber. Wasn't this the same as how his rebellious son dealt with Bibi Dong back then? He couldn't let Qian Runshui do this, especially since Qian Runshui was Bibi Dong's daughter. This was too cruel to Bibi Dong. Qian Runshui couldn't help saying, "This won't do, that won't do either. Grandpa, what do you suggest I do?" Sai tilde Xiaoshui, I promise you, I will definitely keep a close eye on Bibi Dong and not let her cause trouble for you. Qian Runshui didn't believe a word of this. Grandpa, can you really restrain that woman? If she goes crazy, can you stop her? Qian Runshui asked herself if there was still a gap in strength between her and Bibi Dong, just like her, also possessed a god position. If Bibi Dong healed her injuries and even became a god a step ahead of her, the one placed under house arrest by then might end up being her instead. The wrinkles on Qian Dalu's face bunched up together, his expression looking terribly miserable. He truly wasn't someone who could harden his heart, and he could never make a firm decision when doing things. Hesitant and irresolute, double-dealing, so this is the former king of the sky. True to the saying, seeing is believing. Even Douluo couldn't stand listening to Qian Dalu's dawdling anymore. How could such an indecisive person cultivate to become a super Douluo? Did he rely purely on talent? Qian Dalu took a deep breath and looked toward Douluo. Poison Douluo seems to have always been very hostile toward the old man. Back then, the spirit hall hunting you down was indeed wrong. If you have any requests or need any compensation, you might as well state them. Douluo waved his hand and said, I know it wasn't you, you couldn't make such a decision. Qian Dalu, clearly an affirmation of his character, yet for some reason, hearing it at this time sounded like mocking him. I also don't need your compensation. Everything the spirit hall can give, the heaven human sect has. Everything the spirit hall doesn't have, the heaven human sect also has. It's just that I've always heard how strong the king of the sky's strength is, and I want to experience it for myself. With that, Douluo's entire body's chi surged forth, rushing straight at Qian Dalu. Could this be a super Douluo? The expressions of the consecration hall's second high priest and the others drastically changed. Previously, when Douluo hadn't released his aura, they only knew that Douluo was a titled Douluo whose strength might have improved a bit compared to before. But they didn't expect Douluo to actually become a super Douluo, and so quickly at that. High Priest, let me meet him and see what tricks the poison Douluo really has up his sleeve. Gold Crocodile Douluo felt that Qian Dalu was in a bad mood right now, troubled by family matters, so he volunteered to fight. No need. Since Poison Douluo has such refined interests, this old man will accompany him. Qian Dalu was indeed infinitely troubled by the affairs between Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong. Rather than racking his brain for a win-win solution, having a good, hearty fight would be much more relaxing. Having not fought anyone in a long time, he also wanted to see what abilities Douluo, a super Douluo whose strength had abruptly soared, actually possessed. Chapter 205, Qian Dalu is just this stubborn, the unharmed goddess of life. Elder Devil Bear, Elder Ghost Leopard, while Grandpa is sparring with Poison Douluo, hurry up and transfer Bibi Dong to. Qian Dalu and Douluo faced each other in midair above Spirit City, the auras of the two super Douluos colliding with one another. Qian Runshui, that little clever spirit, didn't intend to ask for Qian Dalu's opinion anyway. Grandpa couldn't offer any good opinions anyway. So she might as well act first and report later, detaining Bibi Dong first. Devil Bear Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo were both people who defected to Qian Runshui right in front of Bibi Dong. It could be said that they wanted to see Bibi Dong make a comeback even less than Qian Runshui did. Devil Bear Douluo, yes, young lord. Ghost Leopard Douluo, no, it is your majesty the Supreme Pontiff. Devil Bear Douluo, brother, you make me look so dull like this. Devil Bear Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo indeed did not refuse, and directly addressed Qian Runshui as Supreme Pontiff in advance. Ghost Leopard Douluo continued, Your Majesty the Supreme Pontiff, actually there is a secret room right beneath Supreme Pontiff Palace, which is very suitable for imprisoning powerful experts, much more suitable than other places. What do you think? Supreme Pontiff Palace has such a place. What does Bibi Dong want to do? Qian Runshui thought too much, assuming that the underground secret room was built by Bibi Dong's orders and even prepared for her. The secret room of Supreme Pontiff Palace wasn't made by Bibi Dong, it has existed before. Is that so? Qian Runshui stopped thinking too much about it. Since that's the case, then lock her up beneath Supreme Pontiff Palace. It's safer for me to personally guard and seal it. Imprisoning Bibi Dong elsewhere would make Qian Runshui worry that Bibi Dong's die-hard confidants would rescue her. Even if Bibi Dong didn't have such confidants, she still had to guard against Grandpa being soft-hearted for a moment. Since Supreme Pontiff Palace had such a place, it couldn't be better. Yes. After instructing her subordinates, Qian Runshui noticed Su Chen's gaze and said somewhat embarrassedly, I am making the sect master laugh, it's not that I am cruel, it's really. Su Chen waved his hand. No need to explain, I understand. You did the right thing. Only then did Qian Runshui heave a sigh of relief. She was still worried about leaving a bad impression on her future direct superior, making him think she was someone with a rebellious bone who was accustomed to backstabbing her superiors. Now she could finally watch the battle between Qian Dalu and Douluo with peace of mind. Who do you think will win? Su Chen asked. Of course it's my grandpa. The one who said this wasn't Qian Runshui, but Douluo. Qian Runshui raised her eyebrows, almost forgetting that Douluo's granddaughter had also come. That might not be the case. First refuting Douluo, Qian Runshui quickly explained. Sect Master, I don't think the Elder of Heaven human sect lacks in strength, but Poison Douluo has after all become a super Douluo not long ago. There was no help for it, even though she was about to become the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, Qian Runshui still had to avoid accidentally angering her future superior. Qian Runshui indeed felt that Qian Dalu's chances of winning were greater. Aside from the reason she told Su Chen, it was also because Douluo was never known for his combat power at the same level. Even though Qian Runshui had never seen Douluo fight, she had heard of Douluo's floor-tier combat power. She herself possessed the Angel Martial Soul and knew how powerful the Angel Martial Soul was. Even if Douluo had become stronger, he was only at the same level as Qian Dalu and it was unlikely he could defeat Qian Dalu. It's fine, everyone is entitled to their own opinion. Su Chen naturally wouldn't care about such small matters. Du Guyan glared at Qian Runshui, seemingly saying to Yi Lingling, I still think my grandpa will win. Even if I don't believe in grandpa's combat power, I believe in the sect master's cultivation results. Yi Lingling held back a smile and nodded. However, she also felt that what Du Guyan said was right. When the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was destroyed, she and Du Guyan had both witnessed the scene of Du Gubo fighting sect master Yu Yuanjun with their own eyes, knowing that Du Gubo's combat power was no longer in that past state where he was bound to lose against opponents of the same level. It has begun. In the sky, when Qian Douluo and Du Gubo first flew up, he even said, Poison Douluo, if you don't like air combat, we can go to the ground to fight. No need, I am just about to witness what is called the King of the Sky. What Du Gubo wanted to see was Qian Douluo's full strength. How could the King of the Sky fight on the ground? Since that is the case, then be careful. With that, Qian Douluo's angel wings unfolded, and dazzling light blossomed. On Du Gubo's side, billowing poisonous fog filled the air. Qian Douluo did not dodge or evade Du Gubo's poisonous fog, charging straight towards Du Gubo. Seeing this scene, Su Chen couldn't help but shake his head. Qian Douluo, this king of the sky, fought head-on when battling Tang Chen, and also fought head-on when battling Du Gubo, not even dodging the poisonous fog. Su Chen didn't think Qian Douluo was arrogant, but rather felt that something was wrong with his brain. What happened to being the king of the sky? At least utilize your aerial speed advantage for once, why are you always so stubborn every time? Qian Runshui didn't think much of it, and even blinked at Du Guyan. Did you see that? This is my grandpa's strength. Sure enough, after rushing into the poisonous fog, Qian Douluo's angel's holy light instantly dimmed a lot. What kind of poison is this? Only then did Qian Douluo feel that Du Gubo's poison was abnormal. Was this still jade phosphor serpent venom? The smell was wrong, the power was wrong. Poison techniques had always been an ability very strong against weaklings but very weak against opponents of the same level. Qian Douluo never expected that Du Gubo's poison could actually corrode his angel's holy light, and the speed was even so fast. Qian Douluo's heart skipped a beat. Not good, it seemed he had been a bit careless. God realm, outside the forest of life. Looking at the forest of life, which had withered by nearly half, even Asura God, who was still coughing up blood, was somewhat surprised. This was the forest of life, the place with the most abundant vitality in the God realm. Hearing that the forest of life had withered somewhat, they thought only a small portion of the trees had withered, perhaps the goddess of life was eliminating weaker trees. They didn't expect it to be so serious. Not only were the trees withering, but more importantly, there was a heavy aura of death emanating from the forest of life. Destruction, do you know what is going on here? Could something be wrong with life? The god of destruction frowned. The situation of the forest of life was obviously abnormal, and although he had made a clean break with the goddess of life, after all, they had spent countless years together in the past. He could feel that the death chi in the forest of life did not come from the forest of life itself, but from the goddess of life. He suddenly had a guess, just didn't know if it was right. Whether the goddess of life has problems, we will know once we see her. The goddess of kindness said towards the forest of life. Life, please come out and meet us. Have you undergone any changes? Although the forest of life was vast, the goddess of kindness's voice could still spread throughout the entire forest of life. After a moment, the forest of life still had no movement, and the goddess of kindness said to the god of destruction, "It seems the goddess of life has indeed undergone a change, then we will go straight in." Before the god of destruction could speak, footsteps sounded from the forest of life. "Thank you for your concern, kind sister. I am unharmed." Walking out from the forest of life was none other than the goddess of life. She said she was unharmed, but her face was pale, as if she had suffered a severe loss of origin chi. Furthermore, her aura was floating and unstable, and the once exuberant vitality was now lingered with a wisp of death chi, looking nothing like someone who was unharmed. Chapter 206, Life Rebirth. Asura God flew away. Life, are you really all right? Goddess of kindness looked at the goddess of life, whose state had drastically changed, and asked in surprise. Even the Asura god, who was coughing up blood, was startled. He had thought his own injuries were heavy enough, perhaps requiring thousands or tens of thousands of years of recuperation to improve. But at this moment, the goddess of life's fundamental law power was even invaded and destroyed by opposing forces. This was already a Tao injury. If things went badly, this kind of injury might accompany her forever, and her realm might even drop because of it. Yet the goddess of life actually said she was unharmed. Sister Kindness, I am very clear about my own condition, you really don't need to worry. The goddess of life dealt with the goddess of kindness, and then turned to look at the god of destruction. Little Z, can I talk to you? Looking into the eyes of the goddess of life, a sense of familiarity washed over the god of destruction. For the god of destruction and the goddess of life, a span of 10,000 years, in their long lives, might not be worthless, but at least it couldn't be considered very long. But to the god of destruction, the goddess of life after 10,000 years overthrew the impression formed by accompanying her throughout his previous long years. At this moment, the eyes of the goddess of life carried a faint sorrow and pity, exactly the same as the last look the goddess of life gave him 10,000 years later in his past life's memories. Hardened. The god of destruction's fists hardened. Upon seeing this look from the goddess of life, he couldn't help but think of the scene where she stood on Tang San's side, not hesitating to raise arms against him. You guys leave first. The god of destruction also said to the god of evil and the others. Originally, after that final meeting with the goddess of life at Destruction Castle, he had already made a clean break with her, treating her as a stranger. But the sudden change in the goddess of life made the god of destruction raise his vigilance. In their past life, the goddess of life died together with him. After his rebirth, the god of destruction had also wondered if the goddess of life would be reborn like him. Now it seemed his guess had come true. Destruction, do you really not need our help? The god of evil also felt that the goddess of life's state was very abnormal and might lead to big problems. No need, I can solve it. All right then, we won't disturb you. If you need anything, find us anytime. With that, the god of evil and the goddess of kindness turned and left. Seeing the appearance of the god of destruction and the goddess of life, there must be something important to discuss. Although they were also very curious, both the god of destruction and the goddess of life were so resolute, it wouldn't be good for them to stay. The two of them were very tactful, yet there was a reckless blockhead. The god of evil and the goddess of kindness hadn't walked far before stopping. Asura, why aren't you leaving yet? What are you waiting for? Cough cough, how could I miss such a good show? You guys can leave if you want, I want to. Ah tilde. Before the Asura god could finish speaking, the god of destruction's fist reached his chest. Not to mention the Asura god's current state, even at his peak, he might not have been able to react in time. Therefore, the Asura god, who didn't want to leave, was sent flying at a speed far exceeding the departure of the god of evil and the goddess of kindness. The god of evil speechlessly shook his head, wanting to watch destruction's show. Who knows what he was thinking, actually thinking he could act shamelessly without scruples. Boom. The Asura god, having flown for a while, heavily smashed into the middle of some deities. The deities, who were enthusiastically discussing the various lively events of the god realm, were startled, thinking which god king had gotten angry and come to discipline them. When they looked closely, they saw that what landed wasn't any god king's divine ability, nor any super divine artifact, but Lord Asura god. Lord Asura god, are you alright? Wah tilde. The Asura god spat out a large mouthful of blood as if it were worthless. He lay flat on his back on the ground, his eyes somewhat vacant. Miscalculated, that guy destruction actually took action directly without even a warning. When struck by the god of destruction's fist, for a split second, the Asura god really doubted if he was going to die. Destruction is also a madman, I should take it easy a bit in the future. The Asura god was already prone to going mad, but encountering another person with no scruples, and someone he couldn't beat, he suddenly became much more rational. Truly, iron fists are a supreme method to make people sober. After lying flat for a while, the Asura god slowly climbed up. Ignoring the calls and inquiries of the other deities, and without even glancing at them, he returned to his own Asura temple. Sigh, little Z, let's go into the forest of life to talk. Seeing the Asura god get sent flying, the goddess of life wanted to say something but stopped, ultimately making no comment about it. Very well, but can your place still be considered the forest of life? The goddess of life's expression froze for a fleeting moment. Of course it still counts, the withered forest of life will definitely return to its original state. Entering the forest of life and arriving beneath the towering ancient tree of life in the forest, the god of destruction saw that more than half withered were not just the ordinary trees of the forest of life, but even this ancient tree of life had withered by more than half. Little Z, you were reborn a bit earlier than me. If not for awakening my past life's memories, I'm afraid I would never have figured out why you became so resolute towards me. The goddess of life personally admitted the fact that she was also reborn. The god of destruction, who had long guessed it, didn't even change his expression. While the goddess of life was speaking, he circled the ancient tree of life, constantly testing something with divine force. My condition is very bad. Ever since my rebirth and awakening of past life's memories, a death chi was binding my vitality, lingering and impossible to eradicate. You might not be able to solve it either. Just like the god of destruction, having personally stepped into death, the goddess of life had also undergone some changes. However, unlike the god of destruction, who peeped into the possibility of going further from death and saw the extension of the way of destruction, the goddess of life was instead infected by death itself. The lush and abundant life itself had been contaminated by death. The god of destruction still did not stop, sending strands of divine force into the ancient tree of life. Seeing this, the goddess of life sighed slightly, and then continued. Little Z, I didn't expect that after your rebirth, you still couldn't forget those things from our past life. When we faced death together, weren't you already relieved? The goddess of life truly could not figure out why the destruction after rebirth cared even more about those past events than before death. Only then did the god of destruction speak his first sentence after coming here. It is not relief, but rather success makes a king and failure makes an enemy. As for choosing to face death, it was merely to protect the god realm, not to return to the past with you. Hearing this, the goddess of life paused for a long while before quietly saying, in my past life, I indeed did not choose to support you, but instead stood on Tang San's side. However, that was not because I didn't love you, but because I wanted to stand on the side of equity and justice. The god of destruction, who was continually injecting strands of divine force into the ancient tree of life, let out a sneer. Justice and equity, do these two things have even the slightest connection with that scumbag Tang San? At this moment, the god of destruction also stopped. The divine force he injected into the ancient tree of life was not for healing, but to place a restriction. Chapter 207, Refusing to Admit Fault, the Restriction of the God of Destruction. Seeing that the god of destruction made no further movements, the goddess of life continued. Xiaozi, you experienced rebirth before me, and unlike me, your strength has instead increased. Since you have already embarked on a completely new path, why must you still dwell on some trivial matters of the past? We truly should forget some things, and that includes your and my so-called feelings of many years. The goddess of life was choked by these words from the god of destruction. Xiaozi, you were not such an eloquent person before. That is why I always suffered losses in my past life. The subordinates and wife I treated with sincerity both betrayed me. Oh, the 7 original sin gods have always been loyal to me, which is incomparable to those other fellows who supposedly chose righteousness. The words of the god of destruction were like blades, and the face of the goddess of life turned pale again and again. Did not my choice ultimately prove to be correct? Standing on Tang San's side was right, the god realm truly was in danger, and the space-time storm proved that point. Ha, ha ha ha, what a fine, Tang San is right. You believed him directly on just a casual feeling of his and treated it as truth, yet you refused to believe me when I wanted to strengthen the origin of the god realm. Is this what you call choosing righteousness and justice? The gaze of the goddess of life changed drastically. The rhetorical skill of the god of destruction was far higher than in his past life, all of the rebuttals and explanations of the goddess of life appeared so feeble. Putting these aside, the spacetime storm really came, didn't it? This shows that Tang San was actually right. Only his decision could keep the God realm safe from danger under the spacetime storm. Tang San was right. The god of destruction laughed. You and I exhausted our origin to protect the god realm. Before I died, I even thought that having reached this step, Tang San could at least be of some slight use to protect the god realm well, but the god of destruction shook his head. As for vying for power and profit, deluding the public, bending the law for personal gain, and sacrificing the public interest for private benefit, he certainly knows a trick or two. But whenever it comes to doing some good deeds or performing his basic duties, he is incapable of any of it. Although the god of destruction did not know specifically what happened after his death. But judging from the fact that Tang San had also undergone rebirth and was plotting for his own and the goddess of life's god position, he knew that Tang San certainly failed to shoulder the heavy burden, and the god realm might have even been swept away by spacetime turbulence. Thinking about it, his death in the past life was truly not worth it in the slightest. That scoundrel Tang San was simply incapable of taking on great responsibilities or shouldering heavy burdens. What do you mean by this? Although the goddess of life had experienced rebirth, she did not know how much the god of destruction had done after his rebirth, nor did she understand the reason why the god of destruction said this. The god of destruction shook his head. You say Tang San represents justice and righteousness, then tell me, does Tang San repeatedly interfering in the lower realm count as justice? This, monitoring the lower realm, was originally the responsibility of Asura god. Slight adjustment is not considered a major mistake. The goddess of life made an excuse. Is that so? Then when one person achieves godhood, they bring along their relatives and friends to arrange god positions for them, wishing they could even give a god position to the dog they raised. Is this righteousness? The goddess of life, people have closeness and distance in their relationships, helping relatives and friends is also within reason, it's just a slight. By the end, the goddess of life could no longer go on speaking. Tang San's actions were not just far from justice and righteousness, they were completely diametrically opposed. No matter how much the goddess of life tried to patch things up, she could not change these things that Tang San had done. The god of destruction looked at the goddess of life with disdain. Saying these words to the goddess of life who had not experienced rebirth would be like playing the lute to a cow, completely devoid of necessity or pleasure in speaking. It was just as well that the goddess of life had experienced rebirth, allowing the god of destruction to say everything he wanted to say to his heart's content. The flustered and clumsy appearance of the goddess of life truly made people want to laugh. Furthermore, how do you know that expanding the god realm, strengthening the origin of the god realm, and increasing the deities of the god realm was not a better way to cope with the crisis of the god realm? If it weren't for Tang San blocking it for so long, perhaps the god realm could have directly weathered the spacetime turbulence, or at the very least traded space for time. What made the god of destruction the most angry was not that Tang San had a different opinion from him. Having different opinions was fine as long as one could propose a feasible method. Yet apart from opposing all the opinions he proposed, Tang San did not even have a slightly feasible method, which was basically equivalent to doing nothing at all. A person who only knew how to oppose, or even opposed just for the sake of opposing, without any constructive opinions, was worthy of wielding the destiny of the god realm. Yet the goddess of life gave incomparable support to such a decision by Tang San, who clearly had an ominous premonition yet chose to do nothing and lie flat waiting for death. Whether it was expanding the god realm to forcefully resist the space-time turbulence, or shrinking the god realm to build a sturdy fortress to evade the space-time turbulence, or even packing up and leaving first, then rebuilding the god realm after the space-time turbulence passed. Any of those would be better than doing nothing, right? This is all just your imagination. The goddess of life finally found a point to retort. For things that have never happened, how do you know that if we had followed your ideas from the beginning, we would have succeeded? What if doing so would have resulted in even greater failure and caused the god realm to suffer even greater losses? True, my ideas might not have succeeded, but following what Tang San said was destined to fail. You are just quibbling. The goddess of life took a few deep breaths. All right, Xiaozi, let's not argue about the matters of the past life anymore, okay? Since we have both experienced rebirth, this is the creation God giving us a chance to start over. We can do better and join hands to deal with everything. Ha, ha ha ha. The god of destruction acted as if he had heard some extremely funny joke. After talking for so long, you still want me to pretend that nothing ever happened and spin around you once more. No, Xiaozi, I just want to maintain our past feelings with you. Our love is real, we died together and also underwent rebirth together. This is proof, isn't it? The expression of the god of destruction shifted slightly, turning as gentle as in the memories of the goddess of life. What you say makes sense. The goddess of life felt incomparable surprise. Had Xiaozi been persuaded by her? She knew it, Xiaozi would definitely be the same as before, still. But the tone of the god of destruction abruptly changed. Then why do you still keep quibbling, refusing to admit your fault, and refusing to even say a word of genuine apology? No matter what the goddess of life said, constantly quibbling and bringing up past feelings, she simply refused to admit her fault and refused to bow her head. Admitting fault and bowing her head were the most unacceptable things to the goddess of life. Even if she was wrong, she still had to prove that she was right. Furthermore, although dying and living together is good, when one can live, why on earth should one die? And moreover, it was because of that bastard Tang San. While the goddess of life was stunned, the god of destruction had already turned around and left. No, Xiaozi, don't go. You must not leave me. After rebirth, the goddess of life thought that she understood the changes in the god of destruction, thinking he was throwing a tantrum, and felt that she was not the only one who had died together with him. She believed that once he knew she had also experienced rebirth, the god of destruction would be able to change his mind. But the god of destruction proved that her thoughts were all wrong. Regardless of whether she experienced rebirth or not, and regardless of whether she possessed memories of her past life, the god of destruction had no intention of turning back. But just as the goddess of life wanted to chase after him, a dim light lit up on the ancient tree of life behind her. The restriction left behind by the god of destruction had taken effect, and the goddess of life could no longer catch up to the god of destruction. Between her and destruction, it was as if an endless void realm separated them. You should just stay in the forest of life. Perhaps without me, you can still resolve the power of death eroding you. Right. The god of destruction turned his head and said, Forgot to tell you, Tang San has also undergone rebirth, and even earlier than you. What? The face of the goddess of life changed, and she still wanted to say something, but the figure of the god of destruction had already moved far away. The death chi of the forest of life became even denser. The goddess of life felt regret, regretting that her previous attitude had not been a bit more gentle and a bit more compromising. More importantly, she truly had no confidence in resolving the power of death that clung to her like bone-gnawing maggots. Chapter 208, Douluo Bo, I am no longer a floor tile. Grandpa actually fell to a disadvantage. In Spirit City, Qian Runshui and the elders and venerables of Spirit Hall were extremely shocked by the battle between Qian Douluo and Douluo Bo. Ever since Qian Douluo met Douluo Bo's poisonous mist head-on without dodging or evading, he had been in a weakened position. Douluo Bo's poison did not just consume Qian Daolu's angel's holy light, it even extended along his power into Qian Daolu's body. Douluo Bo had obtained the poison god legacy, giving him a deeper comprehension of the Tao of using poison. Now, when he used poison, he did not simply pursue violent toxicity, nor did he only use the strongest poison against enemies. Instead, he tailored it to the individual and even used toxins that could melt into the opponent's power. The light and sacred attributes of the angel martial soul actually had a certain suppressive effect on toxins. But Qian Douluo was not the angel god, whereas Douluo Bo was a genuine successor of the poison god. Furthermore, Qian Douluo was so stubborn that he discarded his own advantages and rushed into the poisonous mist right from the start. Xiaoshui, lend me your sword for a moment. Within the poisonous mist, Qian Douluo felt slightly regretful, feeling that he had been careless and did not know Douluo Bo's poisonous arts had actually become so powerful. However, he still did not think about flying away at full speed to put some distance between himself and Douluo using speed, let alone first calming the toxins within his body. The sword he spoke of was the angelic sacred sword left behind by the angel god. In the past, if he were to use it, naturally he would not need to seek Qian Runshui's opinion. But now Qian Runshui was the successor of the angel god, and the angelic sacred sword was also Qian Runshui's divine artifact. Moreover, Qian Dalu said it out loud also to remind Douluo. Even though Qian Dalu had reached the point of using the angelic sacred sword, he did not forget to inform Douluo first before using it, which could be considered open and above board. The angelic sacred sword flew out and landed in Qian Dalu's hand. The much dimmed light on Qian Dalu's body instantly lit up, and his entire person also carried a bit of sharpness. Poison Douluo, be careful. As Qian Dalu spoke, Douluo's 5-colored myriad poison pouch had already opened its opening. Wasn't it just a divine artifact? It was as if no one else had one. Besides the 5-colored myriad poison pouch, a layer of mist-like armor also appeared on his body. This was the divine equipment of the poison god. After completing the 8th divine trial, Douluo had obtained the qualification to use the poison god's divine equipment. It was just that in the previous battle with Qian Dalu, Douluo felt there was no need to use it. Now that Qian Dalu was going to use a divine artifact, naturally he could not lose face in terms of equipment either. Today, he, Douluo, was going to defeat Qian Dalu in all aspects, and moreover in front of so many people from Spirit Hall. He wanted everyone to see that he, Douluo, was no longer the floor tile of titled Douluo that he used to be. Open. The light of the angelic sacred sword in Qian Dalu's hand burst forth brightly, driving the surrounding poisonous qi away within 3 zhong of his body. As the angelic sacred sword descended, surging flames streaked across the sky, spreading towards Douluo. Poisonous beasts transformed from various poisonous qi flew out from the 5-colored myriad poison pouch, pouncing toward Qian Dalu. As the flame sword qi struck, these poisonous beasts collapsed one by one, but under the invasion of the poisonous qi, the flame sword qi also rapidly dimmed. Again, Qian Dalu was unhurried. He hadn't used his full strength with this sword yet. Seeing such good results, he felt that the balance of victory had already tilted towards his side. But just when he wanted to take advantage of the momentum to counterattack and defeat Douluo in one fell swoop, the power of light within his body suddenly went into disorder. Hey tilde. Not long after Qian Dalu entered Douluo's poisonous mist, Douluo's light attribute Gu had invaded his body along Qian Dalu's power. Douluo had never expected it to go so smoothly. He had already prepared to lure the enemy in deep and first make Qian Dalu drop his guard. As a result, Qian Dalu was too brave. Without even needing Douluo to create an opportunity, he delivered the opportunity right to his doorstep himself. Rather than a venomous insect, the light worms were more like a Gu poison, born in light, yet upon death, they would pollute light. Douluo was just waiting for the critical moment when Qian Dalu's spirit power circulated to cause the light worms to die, instantly polluting and hindering Qian Dalu's power of light. And now was that optimal moment. Naturally, Douluo would not let go of this opportunity. The poisonous qi in the 5-colored myriad poison pouch converged onto his hands, and the poison god divine skill, 5-colored poison palm, flashed and vanished within the poisonous mist, arriving before Qian Dalu in the blink of an eye. Qian Dalu's expression changed drastically as the internal changes and external crises arrived together. He tried his utmost to suppress the fluctuation of the power of light, while simultaneously calling upon the power of the angelic sacred sword itself, slashing down heavily. The 5-colored poison palm was instantly severed, but this did not mean that this divine skill was directly broken. The severed 5-colored poison palm instantly transformed into 5 streams of light, plunging into Qian Dalu's body who could no longer dodge. On the other side, the sword qi of the angelic sacred sword did not diminish in momentum as it assailed Douluo. Douluo continuously laid down poisonous miasma to wear down the sword qi of the angelic sacred sword, but after all, he failed to completely eliminate it. Amidst a flash of sword chi, Douluo was actually smoothly split into two. Grandpa. Douluo Yan's expression changed drastically. Qian Runshui's expression was likewise not looking good. Could Douluo's defense be this low? How was it like it was made of paper, snapping with a single slash? If Douluo died, wouldn't that offend his direct superior Su Chen terribly? Don't panic, Grand Elder is fine. Su Chen grabbed Douluo Yan, who had already taken out the flight soul tool. In the sky, the Douluo who had been split into two churned with fluctuations, dissipating like smoke. But very quickly, the mist gathered, and Douluo reappeared once more, except that his complexion was somewhat pale. Poison elementalization was an ability of the poison god armor, allowing Douluo to transform into illusory poison elements when facing attacks, avoiding physical attacks. But unfortunately, the sword chi of the angelic sacred sword was not a pure physical attack, it also contained the powers of light, holiness, and fire. The poisonous mist that Douluo transformed into was consumed quite a bit, but he was not injured. What was consumed was a massive amount of his spirit power. Well indeed, well indeed. The paleness on Douluo's face flashed and vanished, turning rosy once more as he pointed at Qian Dalu and said. What he wanted was a sweeping victory. With a pale face, others would think that he too had reached the end of his tether. Qian Dalu's body swayed as if he had drunk fake wine. He, the king of the sky, found it difficult even to maintain a standstill in the air. As Douluo's voice fell, Qian Dalu tumbled crookedly toward the ground. Grandpa. This time it was Qian Runshui's turn to be nervous. However, before Qian Runshui could go catch him, the second venerable rushed out and caught Qian Dalu. You don't need to catch me, I'm not dead yet. Qian Dalu's face turned green for a moment, red for a moment, black for a moment, 5 colors appeared alternately. Although he had already lost most of his combat power, he was still a person of dignity. Even if it was difficult for him to fly, he could still manage to land on his own. Suddenly being caught by the rushing gold crocodile Douluo, and moreover caught in a two-handed embrace posture, made Qian Dalu feel even more embarrassed than losing to Douluo. Sect Master, this subordinate has not disgraced this mission. Douluo fluttered down and cupped his fists toward Su Chen, saying, not bad. Go and detoxify Qian Dalu. Yes. Chapter 209, The Consecrations and Elders all had red eyes. Thank you for your trouble. After Douluo detoxified him, Qian Dalu's expression still didn't look good, but he still politely thanked him. He was just somewhat annoyed. If it weren't for being careless at the beginning, he definitely wouldn't have been defeated so quickly, and so losing face, and he still had many abilities that he hadn't used yet. The last time he fought with Tang Chen back then was also the same. Qian Dalu lost by a single move in the end, and after returning, he regretted it endlessly, feeling that there were some problems with his response at the time. If he had paid a bit more attention, he definitely wouldn't have lost to Tang Chen. The strength of the high priest is also extraordinary, which has truly opened my eyes. Douluo's demeanor was majestic and steady like mountains and abysses, presenting the bearing of a grand master. Although Douluo's strength had risen before, he didn't have any particularly impressive battle achievements. No matter how many sparring matches he won within the Heaven-Human sect, it lacked persuasiveness. Now that he had defeated Qian Dalu head-on, Douluo's state of mind had leapt up to a new level. The chi from being hunted down by Spirit Hull in the past was finally vented out. However, Qian Dalu, upon hearing these words from Douluo, felt completely different. Falling into his ears, these words sounded just like mockery. If Poison Douluo feels that it is not satisfying enough, you can stay in Spirit City for a few more days, and I can accompany you to spar properly. Qian Dalu felt that it was not impossible for him to defeat Douluo, and he had to win back this prestige. However, Douluo wore a look of utter boredom. Forget it, I have already had my fill of fun today, so there is no need to trouble the high priest further. Our Heaven-Human sect still has some elders, who can exchange pointers with the consecrations and elders of spirit. Hall. Douluo was indeed doing much better now. The path from the floor tiles to the ceiling, walking on it was like treading on thin. As if It was clearly exceptionally smooth. Douluo had realized a principle. Choice is greater than effort. As long as one chooses the right powerful thighs to hug, it is stronger than decades of bitter cultivate. And in Qian Dalu's view, Douluo was clearly stopping while he was ahead. Who was he showing off that invincible in the world look to? Tang Chen back then was also extremely arrogant, but he never acted like this. Yet Qian Dalu had a soft personality and was not one to force others. Although he was unwilling in his heart, since Douluo had already said so, Qian Dalu opened his mouth but still did not issue another challenge. Very well, then let the consecrations exchange pointers with your esteemed sect's elders. Since he had lost face and couldn't win it back, he would let the consecrations and elders win back some face for Spirit Hall. It couldn't possibly be that every single elder of the Heaven Human sect was just like Douluo, right? Su Chen brought the elders of the Heaven Human sect and stayed in Spirit Hall for more than 10 days. During these days, every day there were exchanges between the consecrations and elders of Spirit Hall and the elders of the Heaven Human sect. As for the results of the exchanges, it was that Qian Dalu's expression grew darker day by day, even darker than being poisoned by Douluo. Spirit Hall lost far more than it won, which could be said to have lost numbly, completely losing its face. This made Qian Dalu increasingly worried about the future of Spirit Hall. If Spirit Hall was already like this while he was still around, what would the future of Spirit Hall become after Xiaoshui achieved godhood and he followed her to the god realm? In particular, the battle between Snake Lance Douluo and Gold Crocodile Douluo caused the minds of Spirit Hall's elders and many consecrations to waver somewhat. Although Qian Dalu losing to Douluo was shocking, it still couldn't compare to Gold Crocodile Douluo losing to Snake Lance Douluo. After all, Snake Lance Douluo used to be one of their own people, and even within the Elder Palace, Snake Lance Douluo's seniority and strength were ranked near the bottom. As a result, how many years had passed since then? The former tail end of the Elder Palace had actually counterattacked to the point of being able to defeat the strongest person in the consecration hall aside from Qian Dalu, that special existence. Just what kind of magic did the Heaven Human sect possess to be able to make the strength of a titled Douluo improve so rapidly? The one whose heart fluctuated the most was none other than Porcupinefish Douluo. Although his relationship with Snake Lance Douluo was not as close as that old pair of buddies Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, having worked together for many years, their relationship was still second to none. His old partner, who used to be at about the same level as him, had somehow taken a huge lead without him paying attention. Porcupinefish Douluo couldn't even see the tail lights of Snake Lance Douluo now, which left Porcupinefish Douluo feeling bitter and sour in his heart. Come to think of it, he had met Su Chen at the exact same time as Snake Lance Douluo. If it had been him sent by the young lord to Su Chen's side back then. He couldn't think about it in detail. Once he did, Porcupinefish Douluo would have to sit up in the middle of the night while sleeping. Porcupinefish Douluo hadn't returned all these years, and he had worried more than once about how this old buddy was doing, hoping that Snake Lance Douluo could live a bit better. But didn't you live way too well? I only wanted you to escape poverty and stride toward a moderately prosperous life, so how did you become a tycoon? During the days when the Heaven Human sect stayed in Spirit Hall, Porcupinefish Douluo frequently rewarmed the comradeship with Snake Lance Douluo. During this period, Porcupinefish Douluo couldn't help saying some sour remarks. However, Snake Lance Douluo listened with a smile every time, nodding from time to time with a look of whatever you say is right. After all, he had gotten all the benefits for himself, so what did hearing some sour words matter? Perhaps in the future, when following the sect master to the god realm and recalling these words again, it would also be a precious memory. It wasn't until just before Su Chen was about to lead the elders back to the sect that Porcupinefish Douluo fidgeted and said to Snake Lance Douluo, "Snake Lance, does the sect master still lack people by his side?" Snake Lance Douluo looked at Porcupinefish Douluo strangely. "Well, you thick-browed and big-eyed porcupinefish, does your brat want to rebel too?" Thinking back, he actually refused at the very beginning, but later wasn't it due to an opportunity? Porcupinefish, I can't make the decision on this matter, only the sect master can decide. Snake Lance Douluo felt that Porcupinefish Douluo's hope wasn't very big. Nowadays, the Heaven Human sect had already developed and its strength had become so powerful that there was no longer any need to absorb an ordinary titled Douluo. Moreover, you are actively leaving Spirit Hall by doing this. Can the young lord and the high priest agree? Porcupinefish Douluo also realized that his request was somewhat untimely. It was too late, he had missed his chance. It wasn't that he was disloyal to Spirit Hall, it was simply that Snake Lance Douluo's massive progress made him somewhat jealous. Before parting ways, Snake Lance Douluo was still comforting Porcupinefish Douluo. Serving in Spirit Hall isn't bad either, but to me, the Heaven Human sect offers a much broader sky. If you stay in Spirit Hall and work hard, you will be able to catch up to me as well. After Snake Lance Douluo left, Porcupinefish Douluo's eyes were still red. It wasn't because he couldn't bear to part with Snake Lance Douluo, they were turned red from holding back the impulse to beat Snake Lance Douluo up. Snake Lance, you bastard really deserve to die. Xiaoshui. After Su Chen left, Qian Dalu earnestly called out to Qian Runshui. Grandfather, do you have something to say? Look at these elders and consecrations. Qian Runshui looked over and saw that those consecrations and elders were still at the gates of Spirit City, gazing into the distance at the departing group of the Heaven Human sect. What's wrong with the consecrations? Are they being very hospitable? Qian Daoliu, you are about to become the supreme pontiff of Spirit Hall. If people's hearts scatter, the team will be hard to lead. Qian Runshui, rest assured about that, grandfather, I don't see anything wrong with it. Qian Daoliu, rest assured. How can I possibly rest assured? Chapter 210, Headmaster, bad news, Tang San is back. Shrek actually moved back. Tang San thought for a long time about where to settle down, and in the end, he returned to the familiar place, the very beginning of Shrek Academy. Ever since Bibi Dong tracked him down in the valley that time, he had cut off contact with Shrek and didn't know where Shrek had gone. Returning to this old place this time, he also had the idea of hiding in plain sight. Moreover, he felt that even if Shrek left the valley, to ensure safety, they definitely wouldn't return to the old place. As a result, when he came over to take a look, Shrek had actually returned. What Tang San thought wasn't wrong, Shrek indeed didn't return directly here right after leaving the valley. Shrek initially moved to Heaven Do City and merged with Lanba Academy, genuinely living a relatively relaxing period. Flender even planned to participate in this Spirit Master competition to test the waters. Even if they couldn't achieve any good results, it could still be considered accumulating experience for the next Spirit Master competition. But who knew that the good days wouldn't last long? First, a war broke out between the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, and the Star Luo Empire was on the verge of destruction. Under this circumstance, the hope of holding this Spirit Master competition was slim. However, this wasn't a big deal for Shrek Academy. But then the situation changed again. The flames of war spread across the Heaven Do Empire, with rebel forces erupting everywhere, on the verge of overthrowing the Heaven Do Empire. Seeing the situation of the Heaven Do Empire collapse and the rebels rushing towards Heaven Do City, Flender didn't dare to stay in Heaven Do City for long. If Shrek Academy stayed in Heaven Do City, who knew if the desperate Heaven Do Empire would forcibly draft recruits and make Shrek's students defend the city. Moreover, once the rebels fought their way into Heaven Do City, who knew if Spirit Master academies like them in Heaven Do City would be treated as remnants of the Heaven Do Empire and casually cleaned up. War is fraught with danger, and Flender was terrified. Having narrowly escaped a calamity from Spirit Hall, how unworthy would it be to die in the civil strife of the Heaven Do Empire? Therefore, he reacted quickly, leading Shrek to flee Heaven Do City overnight in time. To act as covertly as possible, he had spent a tremendous amount of effort. He even exhausted Shrek Academy's savings to buy several sets of flight soul tools, and coupled with his own flight ability, successfully led Shrek out of Heaven Do City. Gritting his teeth and abandoning the foundation in Heaven Do City, after twists and turns, Flender still brought Shrek back to the old place. Even if the Heaven Do Empire was completely occupied by the rebels and peace gradually restored everywhere, Flender still didn't dare to move back to Heaven Do City again. Moving from the capital of the Heaven Do Empire to such a rundown village, one could imagine how huge the psychological gap for Shrek's students was. However, when moving away from Heaven Do City, quite a few former Lanba Academy students dropped out, and when the situation everywhere calmed down, quite a few more dropped out. Even with Flender's divine brainwashing skills, compared with Heaven Do City, the number of students plummeted by half. Moreover, the subsequent number of enrolled students also dropped significantly compared to when they were in Heaven Do City. Headmaster, if you ask me, let's just move back to Heaven Do City. Hasn't the war calmed down? Leaving the academy in Heaven Do City behind and not wanting it, isn't this asking for suffering? Speaking of whose psychological gap was the greatest, it had to be Ma Hongjun. When he was in Heaven Do City, even though his pockets were tight, by saving up money, he could still properly release his evil fire. But upon returning to this rundown village, the quality of the evil fire was several tiers worse than in Heaven Do City, depressing him to no end. Go on, go cultivate, what do you know? Flender was not moved at all. Back then, Emperor Shui Yi was almost going to destroy the Star Luo Empire, but in the end, all his efforts fell short just as success was in sight, and even the Heaven Do Empire was lost. Now that Tiger King looks fierce and formidable, as if he can surpass Emperor Shui Yi, but who knows if he can succeed in the end. I think it's very doubtful. Ma Hongjun's sneaky little eyes looked around. Headmaster, do you think if that Tiger King completely destroys the Star Luo Empire, will he issue a wanted notice for the remnants of the Star Luo Empire? Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing. Although so many things had happened over the years and the Star Luo Empire faced the danger of destruction twice, Dai Mubai had never thought of returning to the Star Luo Empire to live and die with the Empire. If he had this kind of courage and determination, he wouldn't have left the Star Luo Empire in the first place. Moreover, he also had his reasons. Anyway, as a prince, he was just a stepping stone for Dai Wuxi. The future of the Star Luo Empire belonged to Dai Wuxi, and as an abandoned son, he would sooner or later die at Dai Wuxi's hands. Then there was nothing more to say. Inheriting the throne had no share for him, so he couldn't be bothered to die together with the Star Luo Empire. Flender's brows also knitted into a deep frown. This was also a problem he was quite worried about. Back when Dai Mubai and Zuqing were brought back to Shrek Academy by Tang San, Flender was very happy, feeling that they would be the signboard of Shrek Academy. A prince of a nation came to Shrek to study, who would still look down on Shrek Academy. But seeing that the Star Luo Empire was about to be destroyed, Dai Mubai was about to turn from Shrek Academy's signboard into a liability, and Shrek Academy might even be treated as remnants of the Star Luo Empire. How could he not be anxious? Sigh, let's wait and see. Perhaps the Tiger King won't kill them all and will leave a peerage for the Dai family. The dynastic changes and shifts of power on the Douluo continent often wouldn't be done too ruthlessly in many cases. If the Tiger King wanted to appease the old nobles of the Star Luo Empire as soon as possible, he might give the imperial family of the Star Luo Empire a peerage. Even if it were an empty title, they could at least survive. What if? Before Ma Hongjun finished speaking, Flender waved his hand. No need to say these things. Mubai has been at the academy for several years already. Once his strength is sufficient, it's time for him to graduate from Shrek. A wretched smile appeared on Ma Hongjun's chubby face. Headmaster is wise. Shut up. Don't usually say these disunifying words. Headmaster, rest assured. Don't you know me? I am the most cautious. It wasn't that Ma Hongjun had no classmate camaraderie toward Dai Mubai. Actually, for a period of time before rushing to Heaven Do City, his relationship with Dai Mubai was very good, almost becoming Dai Mubai's lackey, calling him Boss Dai every breath he took. But later, the situation in the Star Luo Empire took a sharp turn for the worse. With destruction imminent, Dai Mubai also lost his largest source of economic support, living a tight life himself, so naturally it was impossible for him to support Ma Hongjun anymore. A small favor breeds gratitude, while a massive favor breeds resentment. Dai Mubai had previously been lavish toward Ma Hongjun, but later suddenly cut it off. Ma Hongjun wouldn't think about how generous Dai Mubai had been to him before. he would only think about how the quality and frequency of his releases of evil fire had dropped significantly. And all of these gradually caused him to harbor dissatisfaction toward Dai Mubai. If not for the fact that he couldn't beat Dai Mubai, he probably wouldn't have been able to stop himself from uttering yin and yang remarks normally. Headmaster, speak of the devil. Dai Mubai ran over from outside. Boss Dai, what happened? Perhaps because he had done something weighing on his conscience, Ma Hongjun once again called Dai Mubai, Boss Dai, for a rare change. Headmaster, Tang-san is back. Chapter 211, Flender's restless urges. Tang-san wants to turn the tables. Flender's vision went dark. As a dignified spirit saint, he almost fell over. If keeping Dai Mubai at Shrek Academy was just a minor rash to him, then Tang-san's return was a severe affliction threatening his heart and vitals. Mubai, you aren't joking, are you? How could Tang-san come back? Flender felt that his streak of bad luck had started the moment he met Tang-san. As a proper headmaster, running a school steadily and honestly while incidentally scamming some money from the kids, his simple life had been full of prospects. Yet ever since he met Tang-san, everything took a sharp downward turn. First, he was forced to move to a desolate valley where birds refused to shit, and later he faced the threat of Spirit Hall. These days were simply too thrilling. Flender's heart couldn't take it. Having finally gotten rid of Tang-san, although there had been some twists and turns over the years, it was still much better than the days when Tang-san was around. And now you're saying Tang-san is back again. Dai Mubai wasn't very happy either. Headmaster, how could I joke about such a thing? Tang-san is currently talking with Grandmaster. Dai Mubai was already terribly worried because of matters regarding the Star Luo Empire. Tang-san's return was tantamount to adding fuel to the fire. If they were to offend Spirit Hall on top of this, he would be in grave danger even if he severed ties with the Star Luo Empire. What a disaster, what a retribution. In an instant, Flender seemed to have aged several years. Ma Hongjun asked, Headmaster, what should we do? Would it be all right not to let him back? Flender grabbed Dai Mubai's hand. Mubai, is it just Tang-san who came back, or is Clear Sky Douluo here too? They're back, they're all back. Not only Tang-san, but also Clear Sky Douluo, and there's even Shoutian Douluo. What? Just Tang Hao alone pressed down on him so hard that he didn't dare harbor the slightest petty thought. Now one titled Douluo wasn't enough, and another had come. However, Dai Mubai said hesitatingly, however what? The conditions of Clear Sky Douluo and Shoutian Douluo aren't very good. You'll understand once you go and see. Let's go, I'll go greet them. No matter how unwilling he was in his heart, Flender still didn't have the guts to put on a bad expression for Tang Hao. If he didn't go greet them, heaven knew if Tang Hao would be displeased. Only after seeing Tang Hao and Tang Xiao with his own eyes did Flender understand why Dai Mubai had said that earlier. His Majesty the Clear Sky, who had been majestic and overbearing when they parted ways last time, forcefully beating back Supreme Pontiff Bibi Dong, had now unexpectedly become a disabled person missing an arm. Moreover, Tang Hao's aura was far from as formidable as it used to be, no longer making Flender feel so awestruck and terrified. As for Shoutian Douluo, whom Flender was meeting for the first time, his complexion was somewhat pale with a bluish tint, and he coughed from time to time. His condition also looked terribly wretched. Ever since that ring explosion, Tang Xiao had never had the time to properly recuperate. Afterwards, he encountered successive major battles, especially that battle with Spirit Hall, where Bibi Dong's eternal wounds left 5 injuries on his body. To this day, those injuries left on him by Bibi Dong had not healed. Let alone recovering his past strength, just being alive was already a supreme stroke of luck for Tang Xiao. Seeing the miserable states of Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, a trace of covert joy arose in Flender's heart. With Tang Hao and Tang Xiao in such poor condition, could he? The budding sprout of his restless urges hadn't even fully risen before it was choked to death by a titled Douluo. He felt that he was getting too full of himself. No matter how injured Tang Hao and Tang Xiao were, they still had the foundation of titled Douluos. They were not someone a mere spirit saint like him could provoke. If he showed any bad signs, he might end up being slapped to death by these two with a flick of their hands. After sobering up, Flender was left with nothing but endless worry. Since the dignified clear sky Douluo and Shoutian Douluo had both become like this, it was definitely done by Spirit Hall. How could their tiny Shrek Academy withstand that? Your Majesty, the clear sky, you are? Flender asked cautiously. Tang Hao said with a gloomy face. Ran into some trouble, but I'm not dead yet. As he spoke, Tang Hao once again churned up an aura that was much weaker than it used to be. However, this aura still made cold sweat break out on Flender's back. Flender rejoiced that he hadn't lost his mind just now. A starved camel is still bigger than a horse. Although that fellow Tang Hao's strength was vastly inferior to before, he still wasn't someone Flender could compare to. Tang Hao deliberately released his prestige precisely to deter Flender. He knew that his condition easily gave rise to bad thoughts in people, especially since his opinion of Flender wasn't very good either, viewing him as a profit-driven person. If he didn't suppress Flender, he worried that Flender might go tip off Spirit Hall. On the other side, Tang San and Yu Shaogang hugged and wept. Little San, where have you gone all these years? Why didn't you come to see your teacher? Teacher, it's a long story. All right, it's good as long as you're back. One can tell you've suffered quite a bit all these years. By your teacher's side, you won't need to worry anymore. Ever since the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was destroyed all those years ago, no matter how heartbroken Yu Shaogang was, he had grown much more detached. Although he no longer needed to prove his abilities to the family, Yu Shaogang's feelings for Tang San were not fake. During the years separated from Tang San, he frequently worried about Tang San's safety. Every time he saw those students of Shrek Academy, he would think about how outstanding Tang San would be if he were here. Teacher, thank you. Tang San tightly embraced Yu Shaogang, tears welling up in his eyes. Having lived for 3 lifetimes, when Tang San had just undergone rebirth in this life, he actually had some unfavorable thoughts about Yu Shaogang. After all, having the experience of being a god king in his past life, Tang San had different views on the cultivate methods and spirit ring planning arranged for him by Yu Shaogang. But after experiencing so many setbacks, Tang San's feelings for Yu Shaogang actually deepened a bit. Although the teacher was lacking in strength, and his research on spirit was not as profound as he thought, and the cultivate methods he formulated were crudely fierce. But his affection for him was real. In his past life, he had successfully become a god, so the teacher could be considered to have lived up to him. Reunited after a long separation, seeing Yu Shaogang's caring gaze, Tang San couldn't control his emotions for a moment. It was still better in the past life, although many things were unknown, it was far smoother and more successful than this life. Good child, don't cry, teacher is here. Yu Shaogang stroked Tang San's head and asked. You've come back, but where is Xiao Wu? Inadvertently, Yu Shaogang stabbed a knife into Tang San's chest, causing Tang San to shed even more tears. Xiao Wu, my Xiao Wu. Once Tang San and the others settled down, Flender finally discovered that besides them, Shoutian Douluo was actually carrying a mummified person on his back. Flender had initially thought that this bundle was some good stuff they had brought along. Little San, this person is. There were many words Flender didn't dare to ask, it was only Yu Shaogang, as Tang San's teacher, who had a bit more courage. After briefly explaining his experiences over the years and beautifying and concealing many unglamorous and wretched matters, Tang San and the others stayed under the circumstance that Flender didn't dare to refuse, and Yu Shaogang warmly welcomed them. At night, that pair of master and disciple long separated, Tang San and Yu Shaogang, had a heart-to-heart talk knee to knee. Little San, you've really suffered these past years. Yu Shaogang comforted Tang San for a good while. Teacher, I hope you can help me. Seeing Yu Shaogang once again, an idea that had germinated for a long time surfaced in Tang San's mind once more. He, Tang San, would never admit defeat, perhaps there was still a chance to turn the tables. This chance lay with the teacher. Chapter 212. Making Yu Shaogang sell himself, the true mastermind behind the scenes. Little San, what can I do to help you? Suddenly receiving such high hopes from Tang San, Yu Shaogang felt somewhat flattered for a moment. Speaking of guiding Tang San in his cultivate, Yu Xiaogang was very confident. Even though Tang San had not been by his side over the years, Yu Xiaogang would occasionally worry about Tang San's cultivate condition. But the situation facing Tang San, or rather the Tang clan nowadays, was not a problem of cultivate but a matter of life and death. Yu Xiaogang still had some self-awareness regarding his personal strength. Not to mention battles between titled Douluo, even in battles between spirit grandmaster of the same rank, apart from disgusting people, his Luo Sanpao could hardly play a greater role. Teacher, you should still have the figure of the Spirit Hall Supreme Pontiff lingering in your heart, right? Tang San said faintly. What kind of talk is that? Am I that kind of person, teacher? Over the years, Lu Erlong had always stayed by Yu Xiaogang's side. Although they had not yet taken that step they dared not cross, under Lu Erlong's care, their relationship had also recovered to the degree it was before they parted ways. If Lu Erlong were to hear these words, that would be terrible. Of course, it was also unrealistic to say Yu Xiaogang had forgotten Bibi Dong. Especially after that hasty encounter in the canyon, which made Yu Xiaogang certain that Bibi Dong still had feelings for him, and they were very deep. Otherwise, she would not have easily let go of those Shrek people. But after that parting, Bibi Dong actually never came to look for Yu Xiaogang, which made Yu Xiaogang feel somewhat apprehensive and loss-ridden. Since Donger still had feelings for him, why was she unwilling to even come and see him one more time? Teacher, I hope you can help me go to Spirit City, to Bibi Dong's side. Little San, you must be joking. Amidst his surprise, Yu Xiaogang unexpectedly found his heart skipping a beat inexplicably. Last time because of you, Donger and I almost completely fell out. The possibility of you wanting me to persuade Donger to command Spirit Hall to let you all go is not high. No, teacher, what I want you to do is not this. Furthermore, actually, between our Clear Sky sect and Bibi Dong, there is no deep hatred or fierce enmity. For Tang San to say he did not hate Bibi Dong was definitely false. In the Star Do Great Forest, if Bibi Dong hadn't suddenly burst out, the subsequent matter of Xiao Wu's spirit ring being sacrificed to someone else wouldn't have happened. But ever since then, a doubt had always lingered in Tang San's heart. And teacher, you should also be able to sense that the destruction of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect most likely has nothing to do with Bibi Dong. Don't you want to know who on earth destroyed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect? Tang San changed his angle to persuade Yu Xiaogang. Could it be that you know? Ever since seeing Bibi Dong last time, Yu Xiaogang actually also had this doubt. With her pride and conceit, if it was done by Spirit Hall, she definitely wouldn't stoop to not admitting it. I have some guesses, but I am also not clear on who that person specifically is. Tang San initially suspected that someone in Spirit Hall had rebirth like him. After seeing Bibi Dong, he confirmed that person was not Bibi Dong. Later, he locked his suspected target onto Qian Runshui, and was deeply convinced of it. But ever since seeing Su Chen in the Star Do Great Forest, Tang San felt that his guesses over these years might all be wrong. Perhaps the person with rebirth like him did not come from Spirit Hall, and the one always targeting him was not Spirit Hall either. His mother was actually kept by that man by his side, and she even seemed to have become that person's servant. This was definitely not something an ordinary person could achieve. Furthermore, that person was even chosen by the Asura god as a legacy inheritor, which was equally incredible. With the Asura god's picky vision, even in a fit of rage, he would not be so desperate as to pick an ordinary person to be a legacy inheritor. A conspiracy, a huge conspiracy had perhaps long since shrouded him. As for Spirit Hall, which had repeatedly made moves against him, perhaps they were all part of that person's conspiracy. Faced with the hatred of having his wife stolen and his mother snatched away, Tang San felt that his hatred towards Spirit Hall could be put aside for now. Rather than letting Spirit Hall continue to pester him, it would be better to take the initiative and transfer Spirit Hall's attention to that person. Moreover, Tang San also believed that Bibi Dong, whose spirit ring was snatched just like his, did not harbor any less hatred for that person than he did. Thus, Tang San briefly recounted some events that happened in the Star Do Great Forest to Yu Xiaogang, expressing his suspicions about Su Chen. Such a thing actually happened. Yu Shaogang was greatly surprised. He hadn't expected that his good disciple and old lover would suffer such a huge loss. 3 100,000-year spirit rings. Throughout the ages on Douluo continent, which spirit master had ever possessed 3 100,000-year spirit rings at the same time? Furthermore, having a 100,000-year spirit ring meant there must be a 100,000-year spirit bone. Yu Shaogang felt that if he could obtain a 100,000-year spirit bone, he would definitely be able to break through the level 29 spirit power bottleneck, and perhaps even change his wretched cultivate talent, which was not entirely impossible. Yu Shaogang's eyes turned red with envy. Therefore, teacher, I am not asking you to help me deal with Spirit Hall and Bibi Dong, but rather wanting you to go and help Bibi Dong, so as not to grieve those close to us and gladden our enemies. This. Let me think about it. Yu Shaogang hesitated somewhat. At the thought of Donger suffering such a huge loss, Yu Shaogang felt a slight ache in his heart. Donger right now must desperately need comfort, right? And if the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was truly wiped out by the person Little San mentioned, utilizing Spirit Hall's power could also avenge the family. However, Little San, you don't even know who that person is. Do you know where he ran off to? I am not too sure, but in that place, there will definitely be clues. What place? Sunset Forest. Tang San had always thought that the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well was occupied by Spirit Hall. But if the conspiracy did not stem from Spirit Hall, then whether the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well was occupied by Spirit Hall was no longer certain. Especially when Tang San remembered that Dugu Bo had also joined that Heaven Human sect. Given the conflict between Dugu Bo and Spirit Hall, if the Heaven Human sect truly belonged to Spirit Hall, Dugu Bo would definitely not have easily joined it. Teacher, please help me, and also help Bibi Dong. Furthermore, in the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well, there is also the immortal spirit medicine that can thoroughly evolve your Luo San Pao spirit into the golden sacred dragon, and it has also been occupied by that person. Tang San moved him with emotion, reasoned with him, and lured him with benefits, causing Yu Shaogang to waver severely. What you said is all true. Of course, teacher, could I possibly lie to you? Yu Shaogang was silent for a moment, sighed and said, I am just naturally predestined for a life of toil. Since you, Little San, are pleading so earnestly, how can I, your teacher, not help you with this favor? Thank you, teacher. In the dark night, what appeared in Tang San's gaze towards Yu Shaogang was not gratitude, but guilt. Doing this should be considered selling out one's teacher for personal glory, right? Making teacher go sell his ass. No, wait, Bibi Dong is a woman. Teacher shouldn't have to sink to that step. But as a person with rebirth, Tang San knew what Bibi Dong had experienced in the past, and he also knew how crazy this woman was. Given Bibi Dong's feelings for teacher, coupled with the recent blow of having 3 100,000-year spirit rings intercepted, it was truly hard to say what she might do. Tang San believed that Bibi Dong would definitely not kill Yu Shaogang. But locking him up in a small basement had a significant possibility. However, in order to make Bibi Dong focus her attention on the right place, this tiny sacrifice was completely worth it. And for teacher, this might not necessarily be a bad thing. As long as it could buy him enough time to grow, once he achieved success in cultivate, even if teacher was forcibly kept in Spirit City, he could still go and bring teacher back. Tang San's only worry was that Qian Runshui had also returned to Spirit Hall. If Qian Runshui were to find out about the relationship between teacher and Bibi Dong, it might be disadvantageous to teacher. However, Bibi Dong should be able to protect teacher, right? Chapter 213, Unless I beat up Asura God, my mind won't be clear. Sect Master, is this pressure all right? In the Sect Master's Hall of the Heaven Human Sect, Du Guyan and Yi Lingling were massaging Su Chen's shoulders from left and right. Use a bit more force. He had endured hardships through thick and thin and founded his enterprise, working hard for all these years. Couldn't he enjoy himself a little now? Yi Lingling and Du Guyan were people who knew him inside and out. Over the years, they had acted as housekeepers and secretaries, and frequently moonlighted as spirit tool experimenters and personal maids. Su Chen and them had long reached the point where they knew each other's roots and depths intimately. Sect Master, Elder Hu Chengxing has returned. Let him in. Hu Chengxing returning at this time meant that the matters of the Luo Empire had already concluded. Not long after, Hu Chengxing strode in. "Sect Master, your humble servant Xiao Hu has missed you to death. Having not received your guidance and criticism for so long, this subordinate couldn't sleep in peace or taste his food." As usual, Hu Chengxing frankly offered his loyalty. "Stop spouting empty flattery. Why have you come back again?" Hu Chengxing hurriedly said. "You ordered this subordinate to wipe out the Luo Empire and unify the Douluo continent. This subordinate has not failed the mission. The Luo Empire and the Heaven Do Empire have already merged and completely belong to the Sect Master. The great enterprise of unifying the world is something only you, Sect Master, could accomplish with a flick of your hand. The name of the new empire, where the capital will be located, and when your enthronement ceremony will take place all require your instructions, Sect Master." Su Chen looked at Hu Chengxing with a half-smile. "You almost fooled me there. When did I ever say I wanted to ascend the throne and become emperor?" Hu Chengxing chuckled. "Sect Master, aside from you, who else is worthy of being the unprecedented Supreme Emperor, Your Majesty of the Douluo continent?" Su Chen pointed at Hu Chengxing from afar. "I think you are quite suitable. I heard that you, the Tiger King, have changed your title and are now called the Tiger Emperor." Hu Chengxing explained, "Those are just blind and ignorant mortals shouting nonsense. This subordinate knows very well how much weight I carry. If it weren't for your promotion, Sect Master, how could this subordinate have such ability? This subordinate definitely cannot sit firmly on this imperial throne. I implore you, Sect Master, to let this subordinate come back and serve by your side day and night." "That won't do." Su Chen asked the two women behind him. "Who do you think should sit on this imperial throne?" Du Guyan immediately said, "It definitely has to be Elder Hu. He conquered the entire world, so this imperial throne belongs to no one else." Yi Lingling also nodded immediately. "Indeed, Elder Hu should not shy away from this responsibility. You shouldn't decline, right?" Du Guyan and Yi Lingling's horizons had broadened by who knows how much, and they wouldn't view an imperial throne as all that important. Furthermore, even in the past, before Su Chen established the Heaven Human sect, they weren't particularly fearful of the emperors of the two empires. Besides, if Hu Chengxing came back, the one sent to be emperor might end up being their grandfather or mother. It was better to wrong Hu Chengxing a bit and let him continue working hard. Hu Chengxing looked at Du Guyan and Yi Lingling with grief and indignation, desperately wanting to shout, flattering sirens bewitching the ruler, spreading demonic nonsense to delude the masses. The sect master had changed, he favored female beauty and distanced himself from virtuous ministers. This was all caused by him, the most loyal subordinate, not being present in the Heaven Human sect. Hu Chengxing pleaded with tears. "Sect Master, please just let this subordinate come back and rest. There are so many elders in the Heaven Human sect, and quite a few with outstanding abilities. This subordinate just wants to stay by your side." Hu Chengxing could no longer figure out just how strong Su Chen's strength truly was. He was terrified that when he came back another time, he wouldn't be able to see Su Chen anymore, and could only receive the news that Su Chen had already become a god and gone to the god realm. Compared to firmly hugging Su Chen's thigh, what did a mere imperial throne amount to? He wouldn't trade it even if the position of Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall was handed to him. Weeping and howling, what kind of decorum is that? Hu Chengxing's reputation in the outside world was such that saying he could stop crying children at night wouldn't be an exaggeration, yet in front of Su Chen, he always looked so aggrieved, completely wasting such a big stature of his. "Sect Master, even if you make this subordinate act as emperor, at least give this subordinate a time limit." Hu Chengxing knew that the matter could not be opposed, but he couldn't possibly be this emperor forever, right? Although being an emperor was pretty good too, being able to follow Su Chen to serve in the god realm offered a far broader horizon. 10 years. You will be emperor for me for 10 years first, stabilize the world, and I also have other matters for you to complete. Hu Chengxing breathed a slight sigh of relief. Although he couldn't return directly to Su Chen's side and 10 years was a bit too long, it was still better than Su Chen ignoring him completely. Since the sect master still had places where he needed to use him, acting as this emperor for a period of time didn't hurt. If Emperor Shui Yi and the Star Luo Emperor knew that he was so reluctant to be this unprecedented emperor of the Douluo continent, who knows what kind of thoughts they would have. Things they craved like water in a desert were treated like discarded shoes by Hu Chengxing. Then Sect Master, the name of this new empire must be chosen by you. Or alternatively, how about the Su Chen Empire, or the Great Su Empire? Su Chen's mouth couldn't help twitching a few times. What kind of ghost names were those? The implication of flattery was far too obvious. Du Guyan and Yi Lingling couldn't help laughing out loud even more. Sect Master, I actually think the name Great Su Empire sounds pretty good. Why don't we just go with this one? The two madams are right. Just a moment ago, Hu Chengxing had thought Du Guyan and Yi Lingling were flattering sirens bewitching the ruler, but now he felt they were virtuous imperial concubines of a generation. Spare me, I don't need such empty fame. Su Chen stood up and said, since this brand new empire is formed by the merger of the Star Luo Empire and the Heaven Do Empire, let's call it the Star Do Empire. It was just a name. Su Chen didn't think much about it and blurted it out casually. Hu Chengxing, who had strongly recommended the name, Great Su Empire, just moments ago, instantly made a 180-degree turn in his attitude. Brilliant. A name casually uttered by the sect master accords with the celestial phenomena above and responds to the hearts of the people below. This name alone will allow the Star Do Empire to endure for 10,000 years. Hu Chengxing played a little trick. He had initially asked Su Chen where the capital of the new empire would be located, but now he didn't ask any more. Because he had already decided to set the national capital of the Star Do Empire in Heaven Do City, expanding it slightly at most. Heaven Do City was closest to the Heaven Human sect, making it much more convenient to return. If he weren't worried about making Su Chen unhappy, he would even have wanted to move the national capital of the Star Do Empire right into the Heaven Human sect. Su Chen shook his head and laughed in spite of himself. During these days you've been away from the Heaven Human sect. I don't know about any other improvements, but your skill in bootlicking and flattery has certainly improved a lot. Indeed. Sect Master, you have no idea how sycophantic those old nobles of the Heaven Do Empire and Star Luo Empire were toward this subordinate. This subordinate's little skill doesn't even amount to a tenth of theirs, and some of the things they said were too embarrassing for this subordinate to repeat. All right, you've worked hard too. Go down and rest first. Yes, this subordinate thanks the Sect Master for his care. After Hu Chengxing left, Yi Lingling and Du Guyan, who were just about to speak with Su Chen, suddenly closed their mouths. From their perspective, Su Chen at this moment seemed to be surrounded by two black and white long dragons. Massive amounts of thoughts of kindness and evil converged toward Su Chen. The rise and fall of empires and the unification of the world generated an uncountable amount of kindness and evil. The God Realm. The God Evil and the Goddess of Kindness both cast their gazes toward Su Chen. As expected of the successor we chose, he actually managed to obtain such thoughts of kindness and evil in such a short time. Indeed, the more I look at Su Chen, the more I appreciate him. But in a flash, the expression of the God of Evil changed slightly. That bastard Asura really deserves to die. Originally, Su Chen belonged solely to the two of them, yet that bastard Asura God forcibly squeezed in as a fourth wheel. No, I have to go beat up Asura God again, otherwise my thoughts won't be smooth. Chapter 214, Fusion Failed, the God King's Attention. Thoughts of kindness and evil surged into Su Chen's body, and the evil divine force and kindness divine force that Su Chen had already acquired slowly approached each other, finally coming into contact. The thoughts of kindness and evil were like firewood, while the kindness divine force and evil divine force were like fine iron that needed to be fused and forged into one. The changes were happening inside Su Chen's body, but in the God realm, the various God kings were also watching Su Chen. Of course, except for the goddess of life. The god of destruction left a restriction on the ancient tree of life. The goddess of life could not leave the forest of life, nor could she observe the situation in the God realm or other lower realms through the obstruction of the restriction. It could be said that the goddess of life was now equivalent to being imprisoned by the god of destruction. Needless to say about the god of evil and the goddess of kindness. They had paid extreme attention to the fusion of the kindness divine force and evil divine force inside Su Chen from beginning to end. Ever since the god of destruction broke through the shackles, the god of evil and the goddess of kindness had also ignited their long-dormant thoughts. Since there was a broader path ahead, they had to find a way to check it out no matter what. And passing the evil divine force and kindness divine force to the same person through the god position to fuse them into one was a possibility they had explored from the god of destruction. The god of evil and the goddess of kindness had a deep relationship. Although they frequently argued with each other, their feelings would not change because of this. They had joined hands and cultivated more than once. Their divine force could indeed briefly fuse, but it could only be maintained for a very short time, and it was not a fusion of the essence of the divine force. They felt that this might be because they were not one person after all. No matter how in sync their minds were, it was always difficult to achieve a thorough fusion. As for Su Chen's evil and kindness divine trials, actually, if it were simply about obtaining the god positions, the god of evil and the goddess of kindness could completely let Su Chen obtain the god positions casually, just like the Asura god. But the thoughts of the god of evil and the goddess of kindness did not stop there. They not only regarded Su Chen as their legacy inheritor, but also as the hope of whether they could take a further step. Forging the evil divine force and kindness divine force with the thoughts of kindness and evil as fire was the method they finally determined. Originally, they were worried that Su Chen would need centuries or even millennia to collect enough evil thoughts and kind thoughts. Who would have thought that Su Chen would take the entire Douluo continent as a chessboard so quickly, stirring up winds and clouds in the blink of an eye, with thoughts of kindness and evil surging like waves? I said why these two guys were in such a hurry to pass down their god positions, and even to the same person. Asura Temple. The Asura god, regardless of whether his heart was hurt, was attracted by Su Chen's changes. When he thought about Tang San's situation again, it seemed that he had also come into contact with the power of destruction and the power of life at the same time, which seemed to be identical to Su Chen's situation. The Asura god spat out another mouthful of divine blood. These divine blood all contained the Asura divine force and law traces. But he was already used to it. Wasn't it just spitting some blood? Spitting a mouthful of blood and sleeping for 100 years or so would be able to make up for it, which was nothing. It was the speculation about the actions of the god of evil and the goddess of kindness that made the Asura god feel a bit sour and very unpleasant in his heart. Could it be that they are all using opposing yet unified forces to explore higher-level forces? And that destruction, he has clearly broken through the shackles. Is this wanting to drag the goddess of life to progress together, or is he already considering the possibility of further progress? Thinking of how the goddess of kindness and the god of evil, as well as the god of destruction and the goddess of life, were all in pairs. Regardless of whether they were married or whether their emotions were really good, at least from their birth, they were destined to have a partner. This was equivalent to the creator arranging a destined, other half, for the four of them. There was no way around it. What the creator arranged was supreme, after all. Yet only the Asura god was solitary, the liveliness belonged to others, and had nothing to do with him. The Asura god had never felt lonely before, but now he felt a little cold. Could it be that my divine blood has been lost too much? Needless to say about the god of destruction's attention to Su Chen. Ever since he met Su Chen, this senior of destruction, had been extremely caring towards Su Chen. Evil and kindness really dare to think and act. I must pay attention. Whether the two of them can progress is not important. Su Chen must not be injured because of this. The god of destruction was already prepared. Once an accident occurred in the fusion of the evil divine force and kindness divine force in Su Chen's body, he could intervene and stop it in time. Is there really a chance? Suddenly, the god of destruction's eyes changed slightly. His ability to break through the shackles himself came from living a new life and comprehending a brand new path amidst the final destruction. The experience he previously exchanged with the god of evil and the goddess of kindness, talking about divine force fusion and even proposing to ask for Tang San, was all just to help Su Chen obtain their god positions. However, at this moment, under the burning of massive evil thoughts and kind thoughts, the evil divine force and kindness divine force in Su Chen's body actually showed a trend of fusion. This kind of fusion was not like the brief combination into one as the god of evil and the goddess of kindness had joined hands countless times before. Instead, it achieved a seamless integration from the origin. As if since their birth, these two opposing yet unified forces were truly indistinguishable from each other. However, the god of destruction quickly frowned again. This brand new divine force has taken a step closer in terms of power, but in terms of realm, it still seems to be at the God-King realm. Looking at the God-King realm now, the god of destruction could not say he was overlooking the plains from the peak of a mountain, but he could definitely be said to be looking down from a high position. The changes inside Su Chen's body were still just a sprout, and the fusion of the new divine force was the very beginning of the beginning. But the god of destruction could already roughly sense that brand new power. In terms of power, that divine force might not be much weaker than his own power. But tracing this divine force to its root, it still failed to break through to another level. In terms of divine force hierarchy and quality, it was inferior to the brand new power he nurtured from the power of destruction. Even so, the god of evil and the goddess of kindness were excited enough. For them, being able to climb upward even a little bit was something they dreamed of. Before they could be happy for long, the situation inside Su Chen's body suddenly changed. A qian automatically appeared from Su Chen's sleeve once again, and the Asura demon sword emerged, continuously circling around Su Chen. And near the evil divine force and kindness divine force that were fusing inside Su Chen's body, an uninvited guest appeared. The Asura divine power was like an uninvited third party, insisting on forcibly inserting itself into the match made in heaven between the evil divine force and kindness divine force. It quite had the aura of saying, "I'm not here to break you up, I'm here to join you." With the arrival of this uninvited guest, the evil divine force and kindness divine force that were originally tending towards fusion instantly separated again. The remaining thoughts of kindness and evil continued to burn, and the evil divine force and kindness divine force tried to fuse again several times. But alas, there was such a third party as the Asura divine power. In the end, the final combination fell short of success at the last hurdle. Chapter 215, Innate God, Beating You for 1,000,000 Years. When the thoughts of kindness and evil had completely burned away, Su Chen finally opened his eyes. He was naturally very clear about the changes happening inside his body. The failure of the fusion between the divine force of the goddess of kindness and the divine force of the god of evil made him somewhat disappointed, but not extremely vexed. 3 God-King positions converged upon him simultaneously. Once he went to the God realm, it would be equivalent to more than half of the God realm and its subordinate planes falling onto his shoulders. Taking a step further was not a particularly urgent matter for Su Chen at present. Furthermore, it was not as though he had gained nothing. Those thoughts of evil and thoughts of kindness were not burned away for nothing. Although they failed to fuse the divine force of the god of evil and the divine force of the goddess of kindness into one furnace, they brought unimaginable benefits to Su Chen. Both his body and mental force had obtained a massive enhancement. His level of control over the divine force of the god of evil and the divine force of the goddess of kindness had attained an unprecedented elevation. Su Chen inherited the god positions of the god of evil and the goddess of kindness. No matter what, this was also something inherited from others, not created by himself. Yet after the burning of the thoughts of evil and kindness, his affinity with the divine force of the god of evil and the divine force of the goddess of kindness rose sharply. It was even possible that he had broken through the upper limit that inherited god positions could reach. Even though there was still some distance from the innate gods like the god of evil and the goddess of kindness whose divine forces naturally fell under their control. Compared to other acquired gods, he was definitely already ahead by a huge margin. Su Chen even hoped that more such good things could come. If tempering reached the extreme, perhaps not to mention becoming the same as innate divine force, he could also approach it infinitely. Sect Master. Yi Lingling walked over with a concerned expression on her face. How long have I been cultivating? Su Chen himself did not feel the passage of time, but presumably it should not have been very short. It has been 10 days. The elders all came to see. The black and white qi intertwined endlessly. You don't know how worried I was to death. Is that so? 10 days have already passed. Su Chen looked into Yi Lingling's concerned gaze and turned to ask. Lingling, you said you were worried to death. Was it worrying here, or worrying here? Su Chen stroked Yi Lingling's face, subsequently exploring whether her head cared about him more, her heart cared about him more, or if it was purely lip service. Sect Master, you are so bad. I care about you so much, yet you tease me the moment you wake up. Yi Lingling looked around with a blushing face. Fortunately, she and Yan Yan took turns guarding by the sect master's side, and it was not yet time to change shifts. Compared to Su Chen's contentment and happiness, the god of evil and the goddess of kindness were both going to be driven crazy with anger. Asura, damn Asura, I must kill him. The god of evil was furious, and evil fire even rushed out from his crown. Clearly the divine force of the god of evil and the divine force of the goddess of kindness had already been able to start fusing. If not for the Asura god poking his nose into it, perhaps they could have already witnessed a brand new power by now. Even if that brand new power was born within Su Chen's body and belonged to Su Chen. After all, it was the fusion of their two divine forces. As long as they spent enough time, they might not be unable to master this brand new power. Furthermore, witnessing the birth of this brand new power was inherently a rare opportunity. This was countless times more precious than the fragmentary and superficial experience teachings heard from the god of destruction. If they could truly let their own divine force undergo a qualitative transformation, then even if they couldn't catch up to the god of destruction, they could still surpass their former selves as well as the solitary Asura god. Yet unexpectedly, the Asura god is truly damned tilde. Even the goddess of kindness, who had always played the good guy, couldn't help but curse. The two of them hurried over to the Asura temple. From afar, they saw the Asura god running out of the temple, about to vanish from their sight in the blink of an eye. The god of evil let out a loud roar. Running. Asura, you dog thing, do you think you can run away? Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will drag you back. Hearing these words, the Asura god ran even more gleefully. While running, he was also vomiting blood. Anyone who didn't know would have thought he was using his own blood as a thruster. When he saw the fusion failure of the divine force of the god of evil and the divine force of the goddess of kindness inside Su Chen's body, the Asura god knew things were terribly wrong. Although he wasn't afraid of fighting, it didn't mean he liked getting beaten. His current injuries were already heavy enough, and he certainly didn't want to truly sleep for tens of thousands or even over 100,000 years. Although deep sleep could gradually recover his injuries, it was boring. He, the Asura god, was not a spiritual being willing to endure loneliness. Moreover, if he really slept for so long, by the time he woke up, any of the other 4 god kings might be able to casually hammer him. Quick, there is a good show to watch again. That's great. In how many years has the god realm ever seen as much liveliness as this period? Quickly tell us, what happened again? It seems the Asura god has provoked the 2 god king lords of kindness and evil again. The Asura god is truly brave, defeated time and time again, yet repeatedly provoking. Compared to him, I, this god of war, am nothing. Even I, this god of ruin, cannot compare to him. A bunch of spectator gods quickly assembled, standing at the very front line of eating melons. Quick look, he caught up. Sigh, did the Asura god ultimately still fail to escape? Near the place about to break away from the edge of the god realm, the god of evil and the goddess of kindness placed their hands on the Asura god's shoulders from left and right. Running, continue running. The Asura god's expression turned bitter, and he could only stop. As soon as he stopped, another mouthful of blood was vomited out. With the Asura god's blood bleeding volume, if he went to open a Mao Shui Wong restaurant, business would definitely be booming. Listen to my explanation. The failure of your divine force fusion really has nothing to do with me. I swear, I really didn't meddle in it. What the Asura god said was the truth. No matter how bold he was, he wouldn't dare to make trouble in such a matter. Ruining someone's Tao path was much more serious than killing someone's parents. If he really dared to do this, no matter how much the god of evil and the goddess of kindness prioritize the overall situation, they would still tear him apart alive. We know, otherwise why do you think you can still be alive right now? Both the god of evil and the goddess of kindness knew that the Asura god had not actively interfered. Then why are you hunting me down? The Asura god cried out in grievance loudly. You didn't actively interfere, but your lousy divine force is just like taffy, impossible to shake off. If it weren't for you insisting on giving the legacy to Su Chen, would it have come to this? It's not. Unable to break free from the hands of the god of evil and the goddess of kindness, the Asura god could only defend himself. Regarding the matter of me taking away a portion of your inheritor, haven't you already beaten me for it? I didn't want to see things turn out like this either, and I don't know what you guys want to do. This is only a part of the previous incident. The Asura god's sophistry played a role, which was to make the god of evil even more furious. Damn it, still sophistry. When I beat you, does it have to be divided by time and matters? What you owe us, even if we beat you for 1 million years, you won't be able to pay it back. The Asura god's vision went dark before his eyes. Beat him for 1 million years. No matter how strong his strength was or how resistant to beatings he was. After 1 million years, wouldn't he either be beaten into meat paste or chopped into mincemeat? The Asura god instantly felt that his divine life was pitch black.